better overall. And just I'll stay on YouTube for live streaming
If
Gundams.
you're doing like, if you're using it for live streaming, like, you're not really playing the mobile game very much anymore. Are you playing?
Oh no, I stopped completely.
Different game.
Just anything, whether it's the Gundam versus or if it's like even like Fall Guys or something. I would do something simple like that just to play. But I only have so much time in a day after work, so it's hard to allocate that time for gaming and for Gundam and YouTube.
All right. Yeah. As you know, and I know, but a lot of people don't know, is that doing just making videos and stuff just takes a long time. It takes a lot longer than I think a lot of people realize.
Oh yeah.
The whole process of everything you got to do for that.
Now that there's definitely like a there's like a caveat to that, you know. It's like you can do very simple things on YouTube, like just quick pump it out like immediately, but that diminishes quality. Yeah. So it's like if you do want to make it, you know, a little bit bigger and better on YouTube as a content creator, you gotta take chances, risk, and you gotta sacrifice time. But I mean, there are also reviewers that I've seen, mostly in the Transformers community. They pump out content rapidly, but I think the quality overall is pretty much not there, because it's just like it's a long take of like 20 minutes, 25 minutes of a long take of talking, looking at the robot, and then the slow transformation. It's like, it's so boring.
So it's like a very like beginner level or like low tier kind of like Gunpla review channel, like those kind of ones where it's like they don't edit the videos at all. It's just
exactly.
Just a very simple. They use like the box for the background or something like that. One of those.
Yeah, like, and I respect him because I mean that's where I came from for like the first. Yeah, for first like 7-ish years on my on the platform. That's all I was doing because I didn't care. I was just like, I just want to make a video because it's fun. And then you know, decide, hey, maybe it's not the thing I want to do. Time to upgrade slowly here and there.
Well, you know, that's the thing. I think you have to upgrade over time. You know, like you can't just stay at one point for so long.
Yeah,
you got people like that. Obviously, like the most notable example would be like Prime 92 has made like such. It's been doing it forever, and like you could look at a video from 10 years ago and look at a video from today, and it's not that different.
Yeah, I mean she's happy, but
gotta be to keep doing it. Yeah. If she's still doing it, she must enjoy it. So yeah, I mean,
all right, I want to give a quick shout out to the chat, all my peeps who's coming here early. Chef, Dipper, Forge, Goro, Bruh, DJ, all you guys. Thanks for coming out, and thanks for the birthday wishes. The audio is too quiet for everyone. Oh, I wonder if that's for me. I do.
Did you already start streaming? I didn't even know we were live.
Yeah. Oh, my bad.
It's okay.
Alright, I'm gonna raise the decibels up a little bit more, so hopefully I can hear it. Oh, for both of us? Alright. I try not to be in the yellow, because sometimes that's a little bit too high. But, yeah.
I should say hello to everyone. Hey, guys.
I don't think you need any introduction, but...
Well, I just want to say hello. And I already told you happy birthday, but happy birthday again, now that
appreciate
everyone's here.
Yeah, two boomers talking. That's the whole chat.
Yeah, you're gonna just spend your birthday Saturday night just hanging out, building something.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I told you before, it's gonna be interesting to see how far you get on your Ava kit, considering you're like just opening the box.
Yeah, like when it comes to live streams, the whole purpose is never about the kit. It's usually just like the background to just the outlandish shit I probably tend to go on topic about. But I'll do a little bit. But
yeah, I've like I think I don't usually. What's this doing here? I don't usually catch your streams live. Sometimes, as you know, I think like usually if I pop in live, I usually say hello. I think.
Yeah.
But, and sometimes I watch some like later on, not live. But yeah, from what I've seen of your different live streams and stuff, yeah, I know usually you're just kind of more focused on just kind of chatting and stuff, whatever, more so than actually focused on the build. So
yeah,
I get that.
I need to stop that. It's like it's gotten to the point where I'm so backlogged right now with things I'm in the works of building. I'm like, Jesus Christ, like I need to start working and focusing on the task.
No, whatever.
Is this something you're gonna?
If you get like people start complaining like, I watched this for 2 hours and only saw you build the torso, then you know that maybe people are watching more for the actual build.
Yeah, no one's ever complained about not seeing progress.
Yeah.
But I'd like to give a shout out to my man Steph for the super chat. Here's a little gift for a September birthday boy. I appreciate that, brother. I will use that. I don't know. Give me a kit. Give me a kit to build. Give me a recommendation since you donated. Maybe I'll get to it later in November. October. You already seen the picture of what is to come in October. That behemoth.
Me?
Yeah.
In October?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you posted that. Well, you posted in that picture I saw the Kraken dress kit. I thought that was like delayed until like I thought that was like originally supposed to come out in October, and then it was delayed to like November, December, and then I heard you mention in another video or something recently that it was delayed again. Is that coming out next month actually?
I'm seeing from Ami, they just didn't even post a month of when it's coming out. I'll probably have to go to the Alpha Max or SkyTube. I need to go to their Twitter and see if they posted anything about it. I'm thinking probably November, to be honest, but it could be 2021.
Yeah, I thought that got pushed back a lot. But yeah, if that's coming on, I mean, I'm planning on getting that kit as well. I don't remember what else was in your image. I think like the Bond Doc's coming out next month, right? I'm looking forward to that.
I'm definitely not. Like everyone's just kind of wondering.
I mean,
like, it doesn't look that interesting. It's okay. I take that back. It's an interesting looking kit in MS.
Yeah.
But it's just weird. I don't know.
Yeah, it's so weird. That's what I like about it. Actually, I mean, yeah, as far as the design goes, I mean, it is one of those like really super weird Zeta designs that I actually don't really like the design of it that much. I just like that it's so weird and different. Actually, so yeah, I don't know. I'm looking it's just because it's one kit that I always wondered if and when they're ever going to make an actual kit of it. So the fact that it's finally coming out, I'm just excited to build it. Not necessarily because I really love the design. It's just because I've been curious about building a kit of it for a long time.
Oh, that's fair.
If that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, just more of the intrigue, huh?
Kind of, yeah. Who knows? After building it, I may still just like feel like, okay, I built it, but I still am not like really into it. Or I may end up finding that like, oh, that's actually, I like it a lot more, and I'll be like really super pumped about it or something. Who knows? We'll see. I'm looking forward to that. I don't know what else is coming out next month.
We got heavy arms, the high grade heavy arms. We have Fumina.
Pass.
And Hibiki from Kamen Rider.
Yeah, I am planning on checking that kid out.
Yeah, the Hibiki from Kamen Rider, the figurized standard. I don't know if you watch Kamen Rider.
Yeah, not for me.
Okay.
No.
I don't blame you.
No. I am interested in checking out the Fumina kid though.
I'm still on the fence, man.
I want to see.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
It's like, so like we build the frame arms girls and Megami devices, but it's just something about Fumina that's just a little bit extra weird. I don't know, like I've never been on board with that particular line of girl kits.
No, yeah, it's just because Bandai, for whatever reason, just needs to get a better designer in there for like designing their faces. Just the faces always look so awkward.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Like Kotobukiya, because they have like an actual like illustration artist with like Nitty doing like the base artwork. So like the Kotobukiya faces, you know, always look great on the kids, but Bandai's faces are just weird. It's kind of like the meme that people say about them now. It's like they just look completely lifeless. And yeah, they kind of do. So I don't know. The new one coming out does look better than some of the other ones. So we'll see. It's kind of like the same thing with the Bondoc. I'm gonna build it and keep an open mind. And once I got it built, then I'll see what I end up thinking about it, if I really like it or not. But
yeah, that's fair.
We'll see.
They're sort of telling me that the Kraken dress was delayed until January.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dang. Yeah. Oh, well.
And for
have to find something else to work on.
Yeah. Well, luckily, next month's really not a big month, at least for Bandai. I haven't seen much of what Kotobukiya is pushing out, but yeah, I'm actually really happy next month.
Today.
Yeah, but that's like for next year.
You see all the stuff? Yeah, it's much later. But
I saw the two Kotobukiya Frame Arms Girls kits that they put out. It's like one has like these really cool like horn things and like a giant sword in her back, and the other one was more of like an aerial type Frame Arms Girl.
Yeah, the Durga one is the one you're talking about, which is like it's a variant of the what's it called? The Frame Arms Girl that's coming out. Makatsuki, is that right? The red one.
Yeah, the red one.
Is that right? People in the chat can tell me if I'm right or wrong on that. Makatsuki, I think that's right. Yeah, the Durga is a variant of that. So yeah, it's just a Frame Arms Girl variant of that kit. And then the other one you're talking about, I think, is like black and white, right?
Yeah, I think so. It has like a giant sword.
Or oh no, yeah. There was that one too, and there was another one that was like
that has a spear.
They had like two of them, two kind of big sword things, and it's some collaboration with Naoki or something, I think.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that was the one you posted in your Discord, right?
Maybe, yeah, possibly.
Because the Kotobukiya
a bunch of stuff today.
Yeah, the Kotobukiya channel put out two small teaser videos of the prototypes, but I saw like something different on yours, but I didn't check it out.
Yeah, that's the thing. There was a bunch of stuff they put out, and I didn't look at anything really super closely because, like I said, just Saturday here today, so just like with my family, I didn't have a bunch of time to just like sit down and look very carefully through like all this stuff, because I also need to like translate the text to see like what the posts are actually about, whatever. So I didn't look at it very closely. I just know that I'll just wait to see when they pop up for pre-order, and then I'll check them out and decide which ones I end up wanting to pre-order or not. But there's some pretty cool stuff, and I saw there was some new looked like some new ones announced for that line of like those kind of like build your own Figma like schoolgirl kind of kits, you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, there is?
I don't remember the name. You know, do you even know what I'm talking about? The line?
Isn't the armory, little armory or something?
No. But yeah, like they kind of look like that, but apparently, like based on what I've seen so far, they only had one that's available for pre-order right now, and it's just like the one kit, and then they have like another like accessory set that you can pre-order for that as well too, which is like a table and chairs, like cafe kind of set.
Yeah. Well, they're like, to me, they're little armory kits. I know little armory is Tomitech, I believe. But yeah, like the little armory has like schoolgirls with guns all the time. So I just kind of like, that's what that's kind of for.
Yeah. It does look very much like that. And because what's that? Yeah, it's Figma. I think like Figma makes some like, it's like a collaboration, right? Tomitech Figma like collaboration figures that are like kind of meant to be used for that. Yeah, I believe. Yeah, and it looks exactly like that basically, but it's something that's not a figure; it's an actual kit that you build yourself. But according to like what I had seen, again, when I looked at it very briefly, but what I saw about that, it looks like they're gonna be kind of more simple in their construction.
Oh, okay.
So not like quite as complex as like the standard frame arms girl,
Mm-hmm.
but a little bit more simple.
I'm all
So
about
yeah, basically it just kind of seems like it's like just build your own Figma. But
because I saw
it
like
looked pretty
you
cool.
can
And it looked
actually,
like they,
I saw like you can have like the skirts. You can have different skirt options, like some that flows like the wind's taking it or something like that, or like just dynamic poses with it.
Probably yes, stuff like that. I don't remember. I have to check what the name of the line is. Looking at the chat as well too. I don't know. No more bricks. Ask if I'm talking about Figma styles.
Shoujo. Or shoujo.
Yeah, Sosai Shoujo. Yeah, that could be it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I just remember. Yeah, the name was something Japanese. Yeah. So it was. It's not a line that. I mean. I don't know. You know, like with Bandai and Kotobukiya and any of those Japanese companies, you know, most of their audience is there in Japan, but like not having an English name or something that's like sort of sounding English on that name is going to make it a little bit more inaccessible.
Yeah, I think because it's even hard. Yes, it was hard to find it on AmiAmi. Like if I go to Kotobukiya, I can find it, but trying to find it to buy on AmiAmi was like so impossible. Because I was like, what the hell is the name of this line? Like, I just typed in Kotobukiya and it wouldn't come up.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find it here too. Show you, but yes, you know, amongst all the announcements that came out today, it looked like they had a few new things related to that as well too. Like maybe it looked like a couple new like different like clothing sets or something for it, and maybe like
nice.
Probably a full new figure, and then maybe like a couple of different option sets or something like that. But yeah, I didn't look at the posts really super carefully.
I'm all about it.
Yeah, that'd be cool to check out. Because yeah, I don't really like Figma just because I don't like to get something that I don't get to actually build myself. So I just feel like no matter how cool it is, you get it and you take it out of the box and you're just like kind of, I always end up feeling disappointed. I'm like, okay, now what am I gonna do with this?
It depends
There's
on
no point
the.
if I can't actually build it.
It depends on the franchise for me, because if it's like Metabots, I'm rock hard every time I open that box. I'm solid. But if it's something that's like a Gundam, for example, if it's a Gundam action figure, yeah, I'm usually like, it's cool. Even like the metal builds are cool and all, but I'm just like, I'd rather just get the master grade and paint it, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, that's like, even with the robot Damashi, like you can like paint and detail them, and some people do like work on the robot Damashi figures. And it can be pretty cool, but I don't know. Just not like that.
And then they had
weird.
Metabot. Got my new boy out here.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't even know the name of that one.
Here it is. Yeah. This is also not. I found one figure, but it's also not saying the name of the line. Where is it? Oh yeah, it's Sosai Shoujo. Heian. I'll send you the link.
Okay. Yeah, because I've already pre-ordered. I think I pre-ordered 2 of them for next year, because I think they're coming out in January, and there's another one in February. So I got those 2. But if there's like, they're 1 in 10 scale. Oh no. I thought they were 1 in 12.
So it should be the same as the frame arms girl size.
Aren't frame arms? Anyway. I thought it was 1 in 12s.
I think Megami Device are 112 and frame arms are 110.
Oh no!
I believe
it won't scale.
Someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think that it's not that big of a difference between the two.
True.
It's noticeable when you put them like side by side, but like if you had like a 1/10 scale girl figure and a 1/12 scale robot, it's probably not going to be that noticeable. But this is what had you not seen this before?
I haven't seen the new ones yet. I've only seen the old stuff they announced.
This one?
Yeah,
This is the first one in the line, the one that I just sent you the link for.
Really? I thought it had different color hair.
Yeah, that's the... as far as I know, that's the only one in the line, unless they've made some before that I had, like, never seen or never knew about, but as far as I know, that's the first one. It's like a new line.
Okay. Yeah, so this is the one I got pre-ordered then. It's been a minute since I looked.
The new ones do a pretty cool look too.
I don't see any seams in the legs, unless like they just remove the seams for promotional pictures.
Yeah, could very well be, or even just Photoshop them out. But you know, like with those kits, even if you do nothing with the seams are not very easy to see because they fit so well.
Mm-hmm.
Especially like on the legs on like the skin tone parts, the seams are not that visible.
Yeah, that's true.
On just snap build kits. Kind of nice thing about them.
I'm definitely hyped though, because I want to put them with my Metabots.
There was that new was the kind of Gundam looking sort of thing that was Kotobukiya or not Kotobukiya, I don't know. Who was that tagged me in that post on Twitter? I forget, sorry.
Was it an independent company or was it a?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because I think it's like an original toy. Is it the aircraft?
No.
Oh, okay.
It was Speedball Haro. Is he here? Maybe not. It's a Master Grade 1/100 scale Judge. It's like G zero gravity. I don't know. It's like some third-party kit, bootleg kit or something like that, I guess. So like it looks like a Gundam. So I don't know if it's actually just like a very Gundam-inspired design, or if this is actually something like based off of anything from some manga or something like that. I don't know, but saw that today too. Anyways, my point. Looked pretty wild.
I can never keep up with what's like original and what's based off of something. Like the Solidia, I think it is. Like I didn't even know it was a video game.
Got that kit, right?
Yeah, and I'm so fucking lazy. It's like I want to build it, but I'm like I'm still working the MGEX. I gotta build the shields.
Oof. Yeah, I've finished sanding everything except for the and luckily I'm not painting everything. I'm not using like all of the accessories, so I'm only using one of the shields and only using 4 of the beam Gatling guns. But yeah, I'm still working on sanding the beam Gatling guns because there's quite a lot of parts, even though it's just 4 and not 6 of them. But
see, I'm not even using those. Like whenever I paint mine, I'm not even using the Gatling guns. I never liked the unicorn with those.
Oh really? I really like it. I'm sad that the old MG didn't come with that, or like, because the first time you see the Gatling gun in use is with just like the unicorn mode. So I was kind of disappointed that like no of like just the unicorn mode HG or something that came with the beam Gatling guns, only with full armor.
But they released them in it's like a magazine, I believe.
At first, I think that was like the first time that they released, right?
Yeah, that's like pretty much every
full armor
weapon. Like even the
I think like the full armor came out like really soon after that, right?
No, because Unicorn came out I think in 2007. Was it? Or was it 2008? And then
I think 2007. I think you're right.
And then the Cage came out shortly after, and then Full Armor came out in 2011. No. Was it 12? Was that late 11 or early 12?
Oops, shit. That's not right. Oh no.
But yeah, I'm ready to sell my my Full Armor Unicorn now.
But you're planning on making the... Oh no, because you've got the... Am I like... Can I say what your plans are for that kit? Have you like
Oh, the
Are you, like, planning on
perfectibility.
having that as a surprise or something?
Nah,
Yeah.
I've abandoned it because some
Oh,
people
you
made
gave
a
up on that idea.
yeah. Because I noticed I looked at Holic's video again, and the armed claw that doesn't fit that well.
Mm.
So like because he did like a full like modification with the old parts on the MGEX, and some just does not work that well. So I was like, I'll scrap it and I'll just paint up the master grade perfectibility, and I'll be happy with that.
So not gonna do like plans to customize it with anything or anything like that.
No, I'm just gonna do a normal paint job. I'll do some light weathering. I might do light blue shading because I love light blue shading with the kind of greenish teal cycle frame. So I'll just have that. And I'll be fine with. I'll be comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about it a lot because I have like scrap full armor parts that I could use for it, and I have an armed armor DE shield that I was thinking about using for it as well too. I was testing it and everything. Testing the fit, and the DE shield fits on there fine. I wouldn't need to modify anything at all. But I just thought it's gonna bother me too much that the cycle frame parts in the DE shield are clear pink, and the rest of the kit is just like clear, and it will be lit up. So like when the whole kit's lit up pink, I think the difference is not going to be that noticeable, but it's still going to be noticeable enough that it's going to bother me. So I decided, no, it's still going to bother me too much. I have to give up on that.
That's true.
So no DE shield. Just keep that for something else later. Because I have just, I think so. I don't even know. Pretty sure I have just a regular, like, original Master Grade Verka. And I'll just keep the DE shield for that to just make like a Bandai version or something someday.
Yeah. The one thing I was going to use, because they announced the, I know it's going to have a robot spirits, but it's the perfectibility, what they call it something so
divine?
stupid. Divine, yeah. And all it is the boosters, right? So I could take the boosters from my full armor that I'm not using.
I don't remember perfectibility divine. What was different about that? Yeah.
I think it was just the boosters.
Now that you're asking me, I don't remember. Yeah. Again, I would just rely on someone in the chat to answer that one because I don't remember offhand what was different about the divine. Basically, because the perfectibility already had the pigtails off the shields, right? The narrative.
Yeah. The
pigtails.
stabilizers.
So what was different about the divine? I don't remember.
Just the fuel tanks.
Yeah, I was not really into it. I don't really like the perfectibility. Just fuel tanks, is that what it was? All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
How dare you?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Sorry.
It's just I know it's like
not that big a fan. It's just too much.
Yeah.
It's just way too much going on.
Because I'm the same way with like Psycho Zaku from Thunderbolt. I don't really care for it. It's just a giant, erect fuel tank on its back with 1,000 cannons and Gatling guns. It's just like, oh no.
Yeah.
But you showed me a picture of the age one
think,
normal. I was saying, like, if you just show me a picture of the age one normal, it's like, that's it right there. That's perfection.
Yeah. I guess for the Psycho Zaku, I like it with all the weapons stored. But yeah, when I see builds of it, like with people have it like with like all the weapons equipped, like with like the sub arms holding the weapons and stuff, then yeah, it looks like too much when it's got like so much going on. But as long as like everything's just stuck on the backpack, just behind it, then it's kind of like up and out of the way, then it then doesn't bother me that much.
Yeah, that's true.
All the stuff on there. And it's the same thing, like kind of with the unicorn as well too, like with the full armor. It's, I don't know. I guess it does have a lot of stuff on its arms as well too. It's kind of like stacked up, a whole bunch of stuff. But
yeah, I think the full armor is fine enough because a lot of the bulk is kind of like already centered on the suit itself. Like the backpack is closer to the body of the suit instead of like these Psycho Zaku having just this long fuel tank and thrusters, and the Thunderbolt just has two small, thrusters in the back. Well, I guess medium, like they're not thick or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but still wish that they would continue making some more Thunderbolt kits. It's really a shame. Despite the HG kits honestly not being that great, they're cool, but like there's like seam lines all over the place.
Oh yeah,
and like
stickers.
Not the most solid kits in the world. Yeah, stickers everywhere. They weren't really the best kits objectively, but yeah, still really cool.
I wouldn't mind trying my hand at the Atlas.
HG?
That's the one I would, yeah, because it still looks good. I mean, I've seen a lot of painted builds. I'm like, oh, if you just paint it, it's gonna look much better.
That's the trouble, is actually painting it though, because much masking. There's so much teeny tiny stripes and masking and everything on that you have to do on that kit. I can't imagine painting that. It's something I'd never want to do. So I don't really like the design all that much to begin with. So it'd have to be like, I'd have to really love the design to go to all the work of masking. I hate masking. So, and that's like hours and hours of super fine detail masking on that kit. It's crazy. But I've seen some beautiful builds of it. Yeah, it does look good when it's painted. Just not for me.
So is the MGX, is that going to be like, that's your next full painted build?
Yeah. It shouldn't be, like that long of a project too, like, because it's already all sanded now, so now it's just needs a bath, and then just get to painting it. And the decals, it comes with a full decal sheet, so a lot of times on the build where it doesn't come with the decals, you just have to put on the decals by yourself, and you're just left to just sort it all out by yourself. The decals take a long time because you're sorting out where you want to put all the decals, and it takes forever.
Oh yeah.
But if you got the decal sheet already there for you, and you already have like the there in the manual showing you where all the decals go, it goes much faster. And it's not going to be any masking required for the kit, except for maybe a little bit on like the weapons or on like the MS cage a little bit, but not a whole lot of masking. No seam line rule to do, except a little bit on the weapons as well too. So not necessarily that complicated of a kit to build or to paint. It's just that it has a lot of pieces. Because of the LED unit, you can't like assemble anything until it's all done. So you can put in the LED unit and put it together at the very end. So that'll be kind of the only annoying thing about it. It's just a mountain of parts to have to deal with that you can't put anything together until you're totally done. That's a pain.
I've only found definitely the arms, putting the LEDs in those is like a pain in the ass. There's a little bit of a headache in the body part, or it might have been in the legs. But yeah, realistically, other than that, I think it shouldn't be that much of a hassle to put it together with the LEDs and then disassemble it with the LEDs. I mean, as long as you're not being a wild man.
Yeah, I just didn't want to risk it. Yeah,
that's true.
I'm actually really quite surprised. I expected some complaints in the review. People to be like, how are you going to review this kit without the LEDs? But I actually didn't notice any comments on that. Now, I did start the review by saying that, this review is not going to include the LEDs, and here's why. So I think making that clear right off the bat, was maybe, I guess, the best way to avoid people getting it twisted. But it worked out all right. So I figure, no matter how careful I was, I mean, there's still a risk. And I'm sure I probably could have done it and not broken anything. But just in case, I mean, that would have been pretty useless to then accidentally break something, and then I don't have... I was planning on painting it up either way. And if my LED sheet was broken, then I'd just have a painted MGEX unicorn without LEDs in it, and that'd be kind of a waste.
Pointless.
So I chose to, rather than that, just deal with the people complaining in the review, but that ended up not happening, so it all worked out.
It did amaze me, just seeing people like just in the different Facebook groups or on Twitter, they still complained about the kit or people buying the kit. They're like, oh, like, why would he buy this kit? It's $250, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, I'm buying it so you don't have to. Like, if I review and I give you every single detail about it, or, you know, all these other people do it, then we're helping you solidify your decision on not purchasing it. But it's like some of us, you know, hey, we're not, some of us are not actually the ones buying it, so it's, you know.
No, yeah, dude, no matter how many times you, like, explain things, whatever, like, explain context of things, people are still, like, not going to get it. There's still going to be people who are not going to see your explanation, and they're still going to complain about stuff, so kind of have to just let people complain.
But I'll take those complaints any day over the, like, how to pronounce Barbados. It's like, I hate it. Yeah. It never, dude, it's almost weekly. One person's like, well, it's actually pronounced Barbados. I'm like, all right, Hermione.
Yeah. There's a lot of those, and like a lot of I get corrected a lot on like pronunciation of different German words and stuff like that in reviews. And it's like, dude, I can't speak German. What do you want from me? And like, I've not like, and also about like weapons things. People telling me like I say clip when I'm supposed to say cartridge or something like that. Just about like parts of guns or something like that. I'm like, sorry, I build Gundam models. That's what I do. It's not anything related to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
What can you do?
I'll do that to my military peeps, but I won't go to like a Gundam review and do that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot. It just seems like there's a lot better things to worry about than like correcting, like taking the time to comment and correct someone online for something like that. You know what I mean? I wish I had that kind of time to be able to do that, but it just doesn't really fit into my schedule. I don't know what everybody else is doing.
Yeah, people just have a lot of time on their hands.
Too much. Suppose I can switch and let people have a look, see what I'm actually building here off camera. There's the torso done.
I'll expand your window so that way people can see it.
Oh, sure. Now, I already got all the parts cut out and prepped ahead of time, as usual, so...
You did the flex on me, I know it.
I mean... I opened the box for the first time yesterday, so... Didn't have that much of a head start on you.
Yeah, yesterday I would have done at least a little bit of prep, but it's like almost immediately after I got done with work, which was a long day. Me and my boys went out, got shabu, got drunk, and then I stumbled back to home, and I just like crashed on the couch. Then my kid comes out and he like sizes me up. He's like, "Huh? What?" I'm like, "Oh no." Like I'm too weak. I'm too weak, boy.
Does he sleep like with you guys? You guys sleep all together, or he sleeps in like his own bed or something?
We sleep together. I keep telling my wife like he needs to do his own shit, but she's like, no, he's still too young.
We all sleep together. 4 of us.
That's too much.
We have a big bed. It's like on the floor, and it's like 2 queen size mattresses, so it's like takes up more than half of the entire bedroom. It's like
you sleep on the floor too?
Which is great, like because the kids like play on there a bunch and stuff too. But no, yeah, we all still sleep together, and I like worry about that sometimes. Like You know, I think it's just because we're Americans. It's different.
Yeah.
Different culture, right?
Yeah. Like, I know, like, it's common in Japan, and it's like obviously Japanese people are pretty sane. Like, they're not like, mommy's people. It's not to my knowledge. So I don't think it's gonna have that long-term effect on him. But it's just like, still, as an American, I'm like, get the hell out of my bed, kid. Like, after like 6 months, you're on your own, buddy. You start doing your own adventure.
Yeah. With you guys' bed is like a king size bed or something?
Yeah, it's a nice like giant futon, and we don't have it. Well, I guess it's still technically on the floor, but it's like a box area, and it has like a headdress and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, so I know what you mean. Like sometimes going into bed at night, like when you go in and the kids wake up, like, please don't bother me. You just want to go in and just go right to sleep.
Yeah.
But they wake up. Yeah, it's a struggle, but.
And I guess it's not bad because like my kid cries all the time, so if he cries, one of us would have to physically get up and go to him, whereas my wife is right there, and usually she's the one that can calm him down, so it's not too bad. But
I'll tell you though, I mean, I'm sure you got it sorted out, but don't rely on that too much. Yeah, like just from my experience, like I knew that too. That like, when the baby was crying, like especially when he was quite young, like really baby, that like, yeah, when they wake up and cry, like mom is what they need. So you kind of feel like I don't really need to go, but I think like you gotta kind of be careful.
Oh yeah, I never try and put it all on her.
Yeah,
because
every woman's different. I don't know how your wife is, and like my wife didn't like get pissed about it or something, but like still she appreciated. We'll just say that appreciated when I just like took the initiative and went and at least like tried, or at least like woke up and was there. You know what I mean? Oh shit.
You work on the head? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was getting like confused because there you have option parts here for the eyes. I didn't realize that it's option parts. So I'm like, okay, well, what about these parts? Where do these go? But you don't have to actually use those.
So
the options basically like for whether you want to make the eyes. Huh?
Oh, you like open or close?
No, whether you want to make them as like actual green parts or just like. But if you do that, there's like it's like with kind of like with the RG01, how you had like two options for the horn. Like one was like the multi-injected part.
Yeah.
And then one was like that you can do stickers, right? But
this one, okay, I got you.
It's kind of like that, except unfortunately it's not multi-injected. It's actually two separate pieces for the eyes. So it's like really super tiny pieces. So you can choose whether you want to deal with some tiny ass pieces or just one solid piece and just use a sticker for the eyes.
That's interesting.
But still, still feels like it's not going together quite right with this head. So I'm a little bit nervous.
And I want to thank the chat for all the happy birthday wishes. I know we're not like super engaged with the chat right now, but definitely appreciate all of you for coming out.
I switched.
I'm a run and grab another beer because I consumed mine way too fast.
All right,
but I'll be right back.
And I'm just focusing on the build here and not consuming mine. this part here, man, it's kind of really tricky, and it's so tiny too. I really am trying to be careful with this. I don't even feel like I got this part here on the bottom put in there correctly. It's really kind of making me nervous. But it looks like that's right. It's just this one's not going in there right. Come on.
Alright, I'm back. Alright.
I'm still stressing trying to get this part in here without stressing anything. Yeah. It's one of those where, like, it's going to take a little bit of pressure to get it in where it needs to go, but if your pressure is in the wrong place, it's a super delicate part that you're just going to break it.
Oh, no. That's the thing that worries me about messing with RGs, because a lot of the parts just feel, like, super brittle or just fragile.
Yep.
So, question for you. I don't know if you're in the realm of revealing any of your future gimmicks or future ideas, plans, but like what do you feel is like the next step for you? I mean, you already did the milestone of 100,000. Like you got your career set within Gunpla itself, new studio. So it's like what's the next big step?
Probably not really necessarily anything big, but I mean, it's just like just trying not to, I don't know, trying not to get too comfortable. You know what I mean? That's like not really a big step, but it's like more of like a constant struggle. But it's something you always got to keep in your mind, right?
Absolutely.
Trying not to get too comfortable and like to try to keep on top. Oh no!
What happened? You broke it?
No, I got this whole damn thing together, and this like piece that's supposed to be like in the first step, the like actual connection piece that you need to plug it onto the body, fell out. It was like not fitting in there right, and it fell out like right at the start of construction, I guess, of the head. And I didn't notice, so now I had to take the whole thing apart again to put that piece back in there. But no, just trying to. That's kind of what I'm working on, kind of planning at the moment. Is just some upgrades to just some stuff here, like hardware things, basically studio stuff.
Okay.
Lights. I need some new lights, things like that. A new streaming camera, basically.
Are you
stuff
still
like
using that same?
Just to kind of.
Because I know you posted that you was using like a DSLR for your streaming, huh?
Not for streaming.
Just
for my videos. For streaming, this is just my Logitech, whatever, something. Yeah, I just don't really like it. I know, like,
use your DSLR.
It's recommended a lot. I see, like, yeah. Could. So I don't know. Yeah, I just don't like this. So that's basically the thing. Like, I don't have any big plans to like drastically change, anything of like my actual content. Like, I'm always trying to just keep a good balance of content, basically. Like, I still enjoy doing reviews and everything like that, but I try to focus not entirely on reviews,
Yeah, that makes sense.
So some reviews, some work in progress stuff, and then I do like other projects like the Trash to Treasure series. I need to start a new one of those. People like that and are like waiting for a new series of that. So that's my plans, actually, after the Unicorn kit, to start working on a new Trash to Treasure series.
What's that one going to be on?
GPO2 Master Grade.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
I heard the horror. Oh no, GPO2. I built that one. That one's bad. That one's absolutely horrible.
I mean, it's not that bad, but there's definitely a lot of room for improvement.
Yeah. So,
man, am I? No, I like not putting this together right? This is really weird. The construction of this head is quite different. Like the Unit 0 and Unit 1 are like pretty similar.
Mm-hmm.
But this one is really weird, really different. And this mouthpiece is kind of fucking me up. What's wrong with that? Like, doesn't look like it's fit in there right. Like I have that in like the wrong place or something. There's a piece missing, and that's why. Damn.
Oh no.
Pay attention to what I'm doing. Shoot.
I want to thank Nuker. I think that's how you pronounce his name. Thank you for the super chat, and thanks for the happy birthday wish.
Nuker. He's like, damn, and like the way you put the head together, it's like a bunch of layers stacked up on top of each other. It's like there's like a red layer, then a white layer, then a red layer, then a white layer, then a red layer, then an orange layer. Yeah, basically, it's just like a lasagna head. Are you Are you that into Evangelion? I know like you're building the kit as well too, so you must be a fan enough. But like, are you like well into it?
Yeah, so I watched the series I think about 4 times. I watched End of Evangelion I think 2 or 3 times. Watched the build series probably like 5 or 6 times at this point. Yeah, I just don't have well, before probably like a few months ago I didn't have Evangelion merch. I think I had just the Blu-rays and that was it. But in terms of like figurines, plushies, and all that, I didn't have any of it. But after rewatching it again this year, I was like, Evangelion is actually really good. So I decided to get the metal builds. I got just a couple of other little figurines, and I want to paint the real grade, but I'm just procrastinating.
Yeah, it seems like a relatively simple kit to paint. So, like I've been thinking about that as well too, and it's just a matter of trying to fit it in amongst other things.
Yeah,
but it does seem like a pretty easy one.
I was saying, like, that's why I want to kind of like rush this retirement. The fast I get to retirement, the fast I can like actually focus on builds.
Yeah. Right. What I was gonna ask you about the series was, did you like in the rebuild movies? Did you like the Eva Unit 2 transformations?
Not really. I think the beast mode is fine, but it's not something I would want a kit or a figurine of. I think it's a little bit too out there for me, especially in O2. Oh, not O2. 3.33. That mode is just completely like cat-like.
Yeah. All right. So you're basically in the same boat as me. I wonder about like the rest of the fandom too, but yeah, like in the second rebuild movie, the first beast form that we see of it, I thought that was cool, and like especially in the animation, and like the robot Damashi figure or whatever that there is of it, like an actual figure form, it's kind of weird, not quite as cool. I mean, it was great in the anime.
Yeah.
But I don't know how it would actually be as an actual kit or something. Kind of surprised that Kotobukiya hasn't made a kit of that, actually, to be honest.
That is true.
But yeah, in the third movie, the cat form was just nah. I was just not a fan at all.
The fourth is freaking half of it's in a mech. I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm trying not to like dislike it. I mean, I'm not really into it, but I'm trying not to make up my mind on it until I actually see the movie.
Yeah. I still don't even know when that movie's coming out. With
the second, with the second rebuild movie, the first one I saw and I liked it because it was pretty close to the original series. There was not much different. It was when the second movie came out that it started to sway a lot further from the original movie, right? Or the original series.
Yeah, like different pilots for 03, I think it was.
And the story was just changed quite a bit. Well, I mean, which makes sense in context, but I didn't realize that. Like, the first time I saw the second reboot movie, I didn't really like it, and it was only in like the second and third viewing that I really started to like it a lot more, and now I really like it a lot. But
yeah,
it's the same thing with the third movie. It was so different.
Oh, I love
so
the
weird.
movie.
Yeah, I didn't like it at all at first, but it was only later that I started to like it.
See, it's the first movie I actually still don't care for because it's just a prettier retelling of like the first like few episodes, and I'm like, I don't want this. Like, it says rebuild in the title. Like, I wanted to have kind of a different narrative, at least as minimum as what 02 had.
Yeah. But I think like that's why I didn't like the second one at first, was because like when I saw the first movie, and I don't know if this was like public knowledge or not, but like when the first movie came out, I thought that what the reboot movies were going to be were just like a redone version of the original series, just with better animation, basically. Okay. So like when I saw the first one, and yeah, it's like the same thing but just much prettier. So I liked it because I liked the original series. So basically having like just a prettier version of that, like I was on board. That's cool. So then when I saw the second one, I was like, wait, this is not just a prettier version of the original series. This is something totally different. So I was like, I don't know if I like that. But then I realized like, oh wait, that's the point, is that it's supposed to be different, right? And that it's supposed to be more like a continuation of the story rather than a retelling of it.
Yeah, because
okay.
Because I'm pretty sure it's a direct response to the fans. You know, because how much hate that was Oda. I forgot Oda's name, but the director, you know, obviously getting all that hate. Like, oh man, like they didn't like the ending that was kind, and then I think he was still getting a lot of hate. But I think the fandom kind of calmed down now since we got the rebuild. But it's supposed to be over.
I mean, I think there's definitely like the fan service in the movie, I think, is very tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah,
like it's very like obvious. Like, we know it's fan service, and they made it as like obvious fan service, right? And that's kind of the point of it. So it's supposed to be like a little bit of a poke at like the fans. Like, right, this is what you wanted, so we're gonna give it to you, so you better like it. But so like I don't mind those aspects of it so long, but like that the cat forms seemed like fan service over the edge for me, for like all the weird like anime fans who are like too into cats.
And apparently there's a lot more. I think there's a different Ava that's like purely a cat. That's not like a form. It's like it's
really?
already like base form, yeah. Because we was talking about it when we had Evangelion month in July, and I remember someone posting one of the Avas that was just a damn cat. I was like, oh, thank God I don't get into like the side story manga stuff, because it doesn't seem interesting.
Yeah, I never knew that any of the side story mangas that they have out were like anything canon, as far as I knew.
Oh, it might not be canon.
I don't really keep up with that stuff, so I wouldn't be the one to know about that. But
like, I think the PS2 game, isn't that like the true ending? Because I think the PS2 ending came before the anime. I used to read up on a bunch of like stupid.
That could be. Yeah, your guess is as good as mine on that. For like very, very long time viewers of my channel may have heard this story before, because I'm sure I probably talked about it sometime in the past, but I don't think I've ever talked about it anytime recently. But in college, one of my classes was what was it? Modern, it's just like modern Japanese art, something like that. And so like at the end of the class, basically, like our final, like rather than have like a test or something like that, like the final for the class was just to write a paper about just any particular like modern Japanese artist or any particular piece of modern Japanese art. And I wrote my essay about like the themes of Evangelion. So I wrote like a 13-page paper about a bunch of themes, and it was like just only based on the original series and End of Evangelion, not because I think the rebuild movies, maybe the first one was out at the time. This would have been 2009 around there. Mm-hmm. Maybe the first one was out at the time, but
yeah, I think the first one to that. Yeah, the first rebuild came out in like I think 06 or 05.
Maybe right. So yeah, I don't remember because I think maybe
I was definitely in high school.
I think maybe the second movie was out. The second reboot movie was out in theaters in 2009 because I think I saw that in the movie theater the first time I went to Japan in 2009. I don't remember very well, but
you're old.
Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I can remember, pretty sure the first time I went to Japan in 2009, I'm pretty sure I went to the movie theater, and I'm pretty sure it was to see Evangelion, the second rebuild Evangelion movie. Pretty certain. Yeah, I could be wrong. It's been a while. I've only been to the cinema there in Japan a couple of times because it's so damn expensive.
Oh god, yeah. Like one movie ticket's almost, I think, $22.
Yeah.
At least the theaters I usually go to.
I have no idea what it is.
It's still a great experience, especially when you go to.
That,
good.
No, I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised if it's even more than that because that's how much it was, like, as far as I can remember from like when I lived there, and that was quite a while ago. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's more expensive than that now.
So the last movie I seen was Force Awakens out here, and yeah, I think it was like $20-something bucks.
Yeah, like the past, I don't know. Like I lived there for only a year, so it's probably pretty good. But like, if I were to have been living there for like the past 10 years and like never lived in Korea, but just only lived in Japan the whole time, then yeah, I would have had to spend a bunch of money. Because like here in Korea too, like I don't go to the movies that often. I did go to the movies a lot more before having kids, right? But once you have kids, then you kind of have no time for that, no chance to go out to the theater. But like my wife and I used to go probably like twice a month, I guess. Like,
oh, nice.
Before having kids. It was here in Korea. It's cheap. Or like it's more comparable to America and probably even cheaper than that. Because America's kind of in between Japan and Korea, I guess. But
yeah, it's like $11
here. Oh yeah, that was way cheaper than that. 'Cause here at that time, it depends on what time you go. Like if you go to the first showing of the day, then it's like
matinee.
Yeah, it's like $4 or $5, something like that, maybe.
Yeah, so the United States has the matinees as well, which is generally about $5. I think it's between like 11 a.m. to like 4 p.m.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter if it's the first showing of the day. It's just like during the daytime, right?
Yeah, because obviously everyone's at work and no one's really coming to theater. But what I used to do when I was living in Mississippi and I was doing recruiting duty, so I come to work, I do my brief with my boss, and like, all right, yeah, I got this and this going, and it's usually like on a Friday. I'm already in civilian attire because I never came into uniform on Fridays. So I'm like, yeah, I'm going to school, or I'm going to the college. I'm gonna talk to these kids and all this. No, I wasn't. I went straight to the movies to go watch whatever's coming out that weekend, so I don't have to deal with the Saturday crowd. And plus, my wife didn't care about movies, so it's like it's a win-win. She don't need to be dragged to the movies with me.
Oh, really? She's not a movie fan?
Nah. The only time she would come with me if it was a movie that was exclusive to the weekend, like Shin Godzilla. She came. Dragon Ball Z Battle of the Gods. There's like a couple other like anime movies that I was like, you gotta come with me. You ain't staying at home with Steve and the cats, so you gotta come with me.
Nice. Yeah. No, but like, there's been just like a lot of, over the past like just 10 years, you know, there's been like a lot of movies where like, even if you're the kind of person like me or like whatever, where you don't have a lot of chance to go to the movies, there's still been like a lot of movies that like you kind of need to go see in the theater, like all like the new Star Wars movies and Marvel movies and stuff like that. Like basically those are the only ones that like in the past like 5 years since my son was born, like those are the only ones that we ever like really kind of make sure we go see in the theater. Just because we got to see the new Marvel movie or the new Star Wars movie or whatever, right? So it's usually only those ones. But if we were in Japan, like, it's glad we don't have to deal with how expensive those are there.
Oh yeah, and we generally get movies much later than the U.S. anyways.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you do.
Like luckily, on base we have a movie theater.
Like, some stuff.
What's up?
No, I was just gonna say, you randomly sometimes get stuff like at the same time, if not like a week earlier or something like that. Strangely, but then like most of the time, it's like months later. It's weird.
Yeah, like if it's a very big blockbuster movie, such as like the Marvel or Star Wars, we'll get that like either the day before or same day as the United States. But if it's something small, like I can't even think. Oh, Hereditary. I waited, I think, 2 or 3 months for Hereditary to come to our theater. I was so mad because I was like spamming the Facebook page from a movie theater. I'm like, get Hereditary right now, and they're like, oh, we'll get on it. We'll get on it. It's like, you bastards.
Yeah.
And honestly, the only movie I'm looking forward to all year is indefinitely delayed, which was Antlers. I don't know if you heard of that one.
I don't know.
Oh, no.
I don't really keep up with a lot of like what's coming out. Just like if I see something coming out, like the only movie that like off the top of my head that I can think of at the moment that I know is coming out sometime in the future that I'm excited to see is the new Jurassic Park movie. That's the only thing that like I could say that comes to mind.
I just didn't like the last one. Domination or something like that? Whatever it's called.
I think that Dominion is the new one that's coming out. Okay. What was the name of the last one?
Just, Kingdom.
Drawing a blank myself.
Something Kingdom.
Fallen
Kingdom.
Fallen Kingdom. There you go.
Yeah.
It was alright. Yeah, it was not that great.
It just had like 5 arcs within the one movie. It's like you have the arc of them going onto the island to rescue. The island gets destroyed, and like, okay, that's arc 1. And then it goes to like, they go, I think, to the mansion. And then there's like a little mini arc in there.
Yeah.
And then there's like the secondary arc when the raptors lose. And I'm like, oh my god, this movie needs to hurry up and end.
Yeah. I think, like, more closer to around the time when it came out, I think I was hearing more about that. I don't really remember much now at the moment, but if I remember correctly, like, there was like a bunch of like rewrite problems and stuff like that. Of course, so like always when that happens, that's what you get. It's just like a story that's just kind of not really very well focused.
Yeah.
Basically, like similar to what happened with Jurassic Park 3. I'm like, why Jurassic Park 3 is so bad, but
yeah, I remember as
even
a kid
that,
liking
like,
it.
Liking Jurassic Park 3.
Yeah, I used to love it when I was a kid. But then like as I grew older and became like sentient, I realized that it's a horrible ass movie.
No, yeah. It's one of those where like, yeah, like I'm the same way, and like I can still watch it. I don't think it's that bad. I mean, like, I know it's not very good, but yeah, I enjoy it well enough that I can watch it. Like, it's just a dumb popcorn movie, right? But
Yeah.
it's a Jurassic Park movie, so like, I like it. It's kind of like with Aliens. I would say like the Aliens franchise, like even like some of the worst movies in the Aliens franchise, I can still enjoy. Like I can still watch Aliens 4. Now I'm suddenly drawing a blank. What's the name?
Resurrection.
Resurrection.
No.
Yeah, thank you.
I absolutely hate Resurrection. I as much as I love the Alien franchise, I really do like 3 because the tone it has, even though the studio had all their hands in it, the director was not able to make it his actual vision. And when you read like his initial script for Alien 3, it seemed really awesome and badass because it wasn't just going to have one alien. But I still like 3. But Resurrection, man, they jumped the shark with the cloning and all this other craziness.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. Yeah, last night was my night off, so my wife and I were just looking on Netflix for something to watch, and I saw like Aliens came up, the second one, and I asked her, I was like, have you even actually ever seen that? She's like, I don't know, I don't remember. What? You would remember if you saw it. It's the best one in the series. So like, have you seen the first one? She's like, I don't know, I don't think so. Whoa.
Oh no.
Dude. That's just a mistake. That's just wrong. How can you not have seen at least the first 2? I mean, like, yeah, the third one, the fourth one, and like anything after that, it's kind of like, okay, understandable. You saw it or not, maybe not that big a deal, but you gotta at least have seen the first and second one. Come on.
Dude, that's literally
she wasn't
my
in the
life.
mood last night, so we ended up not. Eh?
Because I work with a bunch of like junior Marines, and most of them are like 17 to like 20 years old, and all the time like, hey, have you seen this movie? And it'll be something that I think is fairly well known, like Back to the Future. I'm like, everyone should have seen Back to the Future by like 10 years old.
Yeah, right.
And most of them like, no, I've never. I know that they're like, I know the reference, 88 miles an hour. I'm like, but have you seen the movie? And they're like, no.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're dead to me.
Yeah.
And like my wife.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go for it.
So like my wife, she just recently watched Bates Motel. I don't know if you know, have you ever seen that one? It's a TV series about Norman Bates in the Psycho franchise. But
I've seen Psycho, yeah, but I've not seen that series. Whatever. It sounds like I've maybe heard the name before, but that's it.
It's an older series. It came out I think in like the mid 2000s or early 2010s. But she watched the entirety of this series, and I was like, so you've seen Psycho 1, 2, 3, and 4? And she's just like, no. I was like, well, have you seen the remake with Vince Vaughn? She's like, no. Yeah. I'm like, so you don't even know anything about this franchise, and you don't know what happens with Norman after the series, because the series is a prequel. She's like, no. I'm like, oh my god. So I put on the trailer to the first one, the 63 Psycho, and she's like, I don't want to watch that. I was like, oh my god.
Just because it looks too old, so she didn't want to watch it?
Yeah, it's too old.
Yeah. That's the thing, like, with a lot of... I don't want to generalize, but from my experience, a lot of people in this part of the world, there's like not... and everyone's different, but like in general, I think there's not as much like appreciation for older movies. If they see a movie that looks old, then they just like automatically think like, I'm not really interested in watching something that like just has that visual look, of being just like an old movie. I've run across that before. Yeah, too.
I would say unless it's a part of like their franchise. So, well, not franchise, but they're part of their culture, like Kurosawa films. It like they'll probably watch that shit in a heartbeat.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Japanese people, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. But like for Korean people, I don't know. If I had to guess, I would not make that assessment.
All right.
I don't know. Korea, as far as I know, and I'm not as familiar with a lot of like very old Korean film, but I don't know if they have any kind of like that I know of, like legends of cinema like that, like Kurosawa or
They have to.
what's it called? My brain's not. Yeah, I'm sure like there are, but not like on the same like they're like as well known around the world, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the other Japanese filmmaker I'm like drawing a blank on? He did the. Hang on, it'll come to me.
Well, why are you thinking about
Ozu.
that? Who?
Ozu.
Ozu.
I
What
remember
movies?
He did like I think like Spring Afternoon, I think is one of them, and they're like all like he like in his life he directed like 60 movies or something like that.
Jesus
like,
Christ.
A ton of movies. But a very like prolific Japanese filmmaker. I've only seen a couple of them, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm not like super familiar with his work, but I just know like how prolific his work is, basically. And I know there's a really cool documentary kind of about him that I've seen. I'm actually like more familiar with the documentary than like with some of his movies.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that's how I was introduced to his work. Like I seen the documentary first, strangely enough, because my teacher, like my filmmaking teacher in school, showed it to us.
Now,
As
is
like
he an
an
actual?
example.
Is he an actual good director, or is it one of those things that's an art teacher kind of like is biased and just thinks that he's good?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but no, yeah, he's a really good director, I think. I mean, but
Okay,
art is subjective, so.
that's true. You'll have to send me a link to that the documentary, because I live off of documentaries.
I think you can
I'd rather watch them.
Well, it was on YouTube. I know, but I think last time I checked, I think it's not there anymore. It's called Tokyo Ga. It's actually made by, I think it's made by Wim. I'm gonna mispronounce his name, but Wim Wenders.
Mm-hmm.
It's with a W, but he's like Dutch or something, so the W is pronounced as a V.
Gotcha.
I think it's Wim Wenders. But like half the documentary is just like about, it's made like in 1985, so half of it is just like about just like Tokyo in 1985,
Oh, nice.
and then like half of it is about this director. So because like the director did a lot of like the movies based on like kind of Japan in the like 1950s kind of,
Mm-hmm.
he basically makes a documentary about the director and then like comparing Japan in his films in the 50s compared to modern Japan in 1985.
Okay.
Kind of like that, if that makes sense.
So
It's really good. It's a really super interesting documentary.
Okay. So his movies were more timepieces.
Kind of, yeah. Very slice of life is what in anime I know there's that term people use. Slice of life. Anime.
Like, I love.
Have you heard of that?
Yeah, so I watch more Japanese dramas that are based off of mangas or anime. Well, mostly mangas. But I don't know if you ever heard of Honey No Clover.
No, I don't know any animes at all. If it wasn't something that played on Toonami, chances are I probably don't know.
Oh
it.
yeah. So I'm a big fan of just like Japanese dramas that are slices of life. GTO, Boys Over Flowers, Honey No Clover was definitely one.
I've heard of that.
They have one. So I think it's Amurai's Queen. That was a really good one. There's another one. It was on Netflix actually, like a few years ago. But it was like about food, but it was a drama show. I forgot what the hell that one was called though.
Okay.
But yeah, I love the ones with like love triangles because I be getting all my feelings and shit.
Mm. Yeah, I hear you. Now there's there's like a actual filmmaking term which I was also something I kind of learned about initially from this documentary. Like Japanese filmmaking term for that is mono no aware.
Okay.
And it's just, but it has like the same meaning basically as what people call for like anime. They'll call it like a slice of life anime or slice of life drama or whatever. But like the Japanese filmmaking term for that is mono no aware. So like when I was like really into that, like in filmmaking school, and like I was really super interested in that, like as a like just as like a filmmaking style. And like later I was like trying to search for anime. It's like I'm looking for some mono no aware style anime, and like not coming up with anything, and like realized, oh wait, like in anime people call it slice of life. Okay, so it's like a different name.
So that's like probably an American given title, or like title for the genre.
Maybe, yeah. It could very well be. I wouldn't know, but I'm sure there's some more anime aficionados in the chat who could probably correct me on that, correct us on that, but I wouldn't be the one to know about that.
So I made a mistake, man.
Yeah. How you're coming on the kit?
This on wrong. I need to try and like break this apart. Not break, hopefully, but there it is.
Okay. Uh-oh. I heard a big sound.
I thought it might have disappeared. Just gone into the void.
About it.
How the hell is this supposed to go? Oh, I got it upside down. I'm stupid.
Do you want to see my progress, or like,
yeah,
or do you want to not feel sad?
I know you probably like already on the arms, huh? Yep. God damn it.
Both legs. There you go. And
I mean,
the
it
mouth
looks
keeps
good.
coming open. It looks stupid. Like when the mouth is open, it looks really super derpy. I don't know why they gave this a mouth opening gimmick, because it just doesn't look good at all. It's like a. Oh, you can't see my face, sorry. But
well, I know the
really
metal bill's like that.
I'd have to look at it to see what it looks like, but I'm sure it looks better than how this one.
I can go grab mine real quick.
Putting all the hands together for it now. But checking that too, right? Cool.
Obviously, the metal bill is like a redesign.
Let me see.
And there's another set of eyes right there.
I can't see. I'm only seeing you.
Oh yeah. I forgot.
Are you showing it on that?
Yeah.
Just switch the camera. Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry. No. Okay. You can show it. I have the stream open in the other window. You can show it there.
I just changed it for you.
It's live stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm seeing it now. Like okay. Anyway. Yeah. It looks kind of better than the RG because the eyes open up as well too.
Okay. So I prefer. I don't know. I prefer it closed. This just looks kind of weird. But if it's in like a berserk pose, sure. But this looks just better.
It can look okay. Yeah. I wish that they would have made the eyes open on this so you can see the eyes on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, definitely the mouth opening on this does not look good. So that's a big pass. Not gonna be dealing with that.
Just to give a shout out to the chat, thank you Critical Strike for the super chat. Yo Crow, I already know, already wished you a happy birthday. Might as well do it again. I greatly appreciate it, brother. Brian L with a super chat, happy birthday, and hi Zaku, love both channels. Thank you so much, brother.
Hi.
Are the Avas like the unicorn kits for which Bandai can make a lot of dough? Absolutely. They all pretty much are the same exact body if they really want to do it like that.
Yeah. I mean, I was gonna say the only thing is that with the Eva kits, I mean, there's kind of really only like the main 3. Like I think they'll probably they had like a teaser image that they're gonna make.
The 8's coming out.
They're gonna make a kit of.
So they've already shown the promo pictures of 8, and I think 4 got teased, but they have 1 through 13. 1 through 13 exist in some way, whether it's Soul Chigoken or it's Kotobukiya. Yeah, it's like the only ones that was shown in the anime is 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, but anyway, that was gonna be my point. Was that it seems like they could really only make, considering like popularity-wise, really only the 3 of them are really gonna be all that popular. They're the ones not really that much. But it's the same thing with unicorns as well too. I mean, there's really just the 3 of them as well too. I guess the Norn and the regular Banshees. So.
Oh, but they're milking those. I said they're milking those. Like, I don't see how Unicorn sells as well as it does, but it does.
It must. And if they're gonna make the 1-to-1 scale, then it must be doing all right.
That's true.
I was just wondering the other day, like, I wonder how much Kotobukiya makes off royalties off that designer, or how that works.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he has to be living comfortably.
Oh, no doubt. Or if it's even like a royalties thing, or if it's more like that, he just got paid for the design, however much it was, and then then just from that point just belongs to Bandai or whatever. Which, man, hopefully he didn't make a deal like that, because he should be making bank off that.
Oh yeah. I guess it just depends. I don't know if they'll pay him per like how many units are sold. Because I mean, it's different for like movies and TV shows where they re-air it and they'll pay the royalties on that. But I think for this, they're just paying the bulk sum for his input. But he does a lot of things. He's like usually the director, illustrator, director. He does a lot of work on the manuals and just like other areas of the kit. Box art, I think.
Yeah. And I guess every time they do like an interview or something with them, like for the menu, where they have that interview, he probably gets paid for that as well too.
Yeah, so
well, not a whole lot for something like that, but
well, he's definitely the producer and director. He's not credited as design. That's weird. I mean, it's probably different for certain Gundams. Special Things Gundam A. Who the hell is Gundam A?
Yeah. Huh?
Now I'm looking at the Unicorn Gundam Verka.
Gundam A?
Yeah, it says Special Things to Gundam A. I don't know if that's like a pen name or an alias. Yeah, well, this is just the instructions. So the instruction booklet, he was the producer and director of it. I want to get the box. I think it's probably the manual. Because now I'm kind of curious, like how much involvement does this dude actually have with this shit?
I don't know. It would be really cool to be able to interview him someday.
Oh yeah. I wonder how old that dude is. Like he has to be almost as old as Tomino, right?
No, I don't think he's that old.
Really?
I would say he's maybe like around 50.
Okay.
Tomino's probably like 70 or something. I would think. I'm sure you could find out pretty easily, but I think like Tomino, made the first series in '79, and then I think like Kotobukiya started making designs like in the 80s, I want to say. So like if you imagine like his kind of career starting around 10 years later at least, maybe, or something like that. So they probably at least that much of an age gap. But
okay. I always thought he was like around. Yeah, I thought he was always like around the same pure age group as as Tomino, because he started work fairly early. He didn't do anything in Double Zeta, did he? Because he was mostly in Victory.
As far as I know, and I could certainly be wrong about this, but as far as I know, I think like his first like published Gundam illustrations were related to Sentinel, so it would have had to have been after Zeta.
Time for a Google search, because it's gonna kill me if I don't look this up. I'm gonna stay up all night just staring at the roof of my bedroom.
What's the deal with Kotobukiya?
Who are you? Such a mystery. He's fully like public information right there. Kotobukiya.
There's an idea for a video for you to make for your next like kind of comedy sketch video.
Oh, who's Kotobukiya?
Yeah,
have like a
make
board,
it kind of like one of those like. Make it like one of those old like crime documentary TV shows or something like that. Who was he?
Yeah. Interview Steve,
really
but it's like black lit and it's voice distorted, but it's obviously a fucking robot. It's like, do you have any involvement with Kotobukiya? I've never seen the man before, but
yeah.
You're pretty much right. He's about 50. He's 56 years old.
I don't know, a little bit older than I expected, but yeah, not that old. Tomino's got to be in his 70s for sure.
Let's see. What's Tomino's first name?
Yoshiyuki.
There you go. He's 78. Oh yeah, so he's significantly older. Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
He's up there.
I could do something like you ever watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
I never did. Never got into it.
Oh my god. There's an episode. No, go ahead.
It's one of those things I feel like.
Oh, your screen froze. Oh no. Oh, you good now?
You can still hear me though, right?
No, I didn't hear you. Your screen froze right when you said it's one of those things, and then you froze.
Oh, I was saying it's one of those things that always. I feel like if I took the time to watch it, I'm sure I would get into it probably, and like I would find funny parts of it. But it just kind of struck me as kind of just really dumb, like.
It is. I'm not even going to try and front. It's a very dumb show, but it's a fun dumb show.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, sure, there's like funny. I don't know. It's not like not like a very good example to compare it to, but like just King of the Hill, for example, is like a kind of dumb show, but I don't know. Like, it's well made. That's the other thing too about It's Always Sunny is that it just the production that kind of adds to the comedy is like the low production quality, right? But I don't know, I just wasn't into it.
Well, what's good is so with It's Always Sunny, the actual cast, they are everything. The cast are Mac. He's actually the director. So it was Mac, Dennis. I forgot Dennis's real name.
Yeah.
But those two were like the pioneers of the show because they had like a whole bunch of episodes prior to FX picking it up. But when FX picked them up in the contract, they have full freedom to do whatever they want with the show with very little of FX having involvement. And it's great because if you ever watch a show, they get away with a lot of like racy like topics. So like they want to say things that are like pretty edgy and non-PC. It's almost in the realm with South Park. They can just get away with it. So that's one of the main reasons I like it and how it's kind of more down to earth. But there's an episode with Charlie, and he's in the mailroom and he thinks there's a conspiracy going on in the post office. So he has a board with all like the strings. You've probably seen the meme with like Charlie looking at the board.
Yeah, of course.
Do something like that with Kotobukiya and just start freaking out.
Right. Yeah. yeah. I mean,
It's worth a shot though. I know that's what a lot of people say. Even people tell me like, "Oh, you should watch the show." I'm like, "Oh man, absolutely. I'm gonna save it. I'll screenshot the save," and I'm like, "I'm never gonna watch it." Because I'm trying to think. Like, someone keeps trying to get me to watch The 100, and I'm like, I have no interest in The 100.
Was it me?
I
don't remember like ever suggesting for you. I don't remember suggesting for you to watch it, but I was talking about that show like kind of recently because I watched it.
No,
not too long ago.
No, it was someone else, but it was around like I guess it has multiple seasons, but it was around when it first came out. Someone like sent me a message saying, "Hey man, you should really watch it. It's really good. It's kind of like what you like." I'm like, I really don't want to watch it. But how many seasons does it have?
I think they're on now the 7th season. I think, and it's the last one. I've only seen up through season 5 though, because that's all they have on Netflix here in Korea at the moment. So I'm hoping that once season 7 is done, they'll add 6 and 7 onto here so I can finish watching it. But yeah, I've seen most of it. Yeah. The first, probably the first 2 seasons were kind of not that great. It's because it's the problem is that it's got an interesting enough story. It's just like it's a very kind of like made for TV kind of feel. Well, it is made for TV, I guess, but a made for TV movie where like the acting is not that good, the writing's like kind of cheesy, like that, and so it's just a little bit cheesy. Like the first 2 seasons, maybe around there, but it gets better later on. I think, enough that I stuck with watching it for 5 seasons, so can't be that bad.
I don't mind cheesy stuff because like I watch Kamen Rider like religiously now, so it's I got like the peak of cringe.
Yeah. I mean, if you're into like that subject matter, and I am always interested in that subject matter of just like sci-fi and like post-apocalyptic stuff, space-related stuff. There's not a whole lot of the series that actually takes place in space, but
yeah, unless you're going to established franchises, which I don't like. I'm not watching Star Trek ever.
Oh, really?
Well, I like Next Generation, but I've already watched Next Generation, so I'm not gonna rewatch it, and I'm not gonna get into like crazy shit like Babylon 5 and all that. That's for the birds.
Yeah.
But Firefly's good.
I've not watched that, and as far as Star Trek goes, I've only ever watched actually like the more recent movies, and then of like the old stuff I've never watched like Next Generation or one of the other different series. I've only watched the first original show, and of the first original show I've still only watched the first season. I'm only now watching the second season actually.
I've watched the old movies.
Yeah, I've not seen like any of the old movies or anything like that either.
Some of them are actually pretty
Wrath
good.
of Khan.
Yeah, Wrath of
classics. I've not seen actually.
I've only watched it because my best friend was a huge Star Trek nerd, and I ridiculed him all the time. But when he put on the movie, I didn't want to just leave his house because I was like, man, I still want to hang out with him, so I'll fucking suffer for companionship.
Yeah. And you're like, oh, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
No, I took a break from watching that, and I was watching Walking Dead recently because I'd never watched it, and so I thought I just wanted to check it out, see what all the hype was about. So I've been watching that recently, but also up to the limit of what I can watch on Netflix here. So I can't watch like the most recent seasons. I think. I think there's only just the one season.
What season are you on for Walking Dead now?
I think I watched just up through season 9, and season 10 is what they're on now, right?
I think so. I stopped at season 7, to be honest.
Yeah. No, yeah, there's ups and downs, and the first season was definitely probably like the worst objectively, just because like it was good, but it just wasn't anything special. It's like zombie movie trope,
Yeah.
like covered in the first season. So then after that, I was thinking like, oh, I don't know where they're gonna go with this. Either it's gonna get like really played out, or they're actually gonna find like an interesting way to go with this that's gonna make it like actually different and interesting. And it did. It got better in later seasons. Like, I mean, if you made it through season 7, you saw that.
Yeah.
They did do some cool stuff with that.
Yeah,
season 9, like, though I don't know. I was like, for the first half of season 9, I was thinking, I don't know, I'm kind of done with this. But then the later half, it kind of started to pull me back in again with like the new arc that they're in now. So it's kind of like just kind of kicking into high gear right at the end of season 9. So now I'm kind of really anxious to see what's going on in season 10, but we don't have it here yet.
I still keep up with it. Just I just don't watch it because it's a lot. It's a lot to do in a small time window I have. But I'll still just get a synopsis and like, oh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, I just had it on while I was building stuff. Usually, most of the time, I'm never sitting down and like actually just watching something and like actually focused on it unless I'm watching a movie with my wife or something. But she doesn't like watching any series stuff, so anything like that, we don't watch that kind of stuff together. The only series that like we've ever watched was actually kind of recently. We watched it's a Korean, actually also zombie related, Korean zombie movie, Kingdom series. It's kind of like a shorter series too.
Is it good?
It's all right. It was interesting just because it's a zombie series set in like
feudal.
I'm not sure. Yeah, old Korean times. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be like Chosun or exactly which period of Korean history, but it's like olden days.
Yeah.
Of Korea, right?
It's in my saved list.
Interesting setting, a unique setting.
I said it's in my setting, my saved list right now on Netflix. Every time I go to Netflix, I'm like, Terminator sounds really good to watch for the 200th time.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I just watched Mad Max the other day.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I don't know how many times. I've not seen that like as many times as some other movies. Yeah, like Aliens or Terminator or whatever. But yeah, I've seen it definitely a few times. But I just watched it again the other night. I was like, saw it came up on Netflix. I was like, oh yeah, you can watch that kind of whenever. So.
Yeah, but we're talking OG Mad Max. Are you talking about Fury Road?
I'm talking about Fury Road.
Oh no.
The old
okay,
one
I'll take that back. So
You
Fury
don't like
Road
Fury Road?
is no. Okay, wait, no, hold on. Before chat fucking roast me, Fury Road is my favorite of the 4 Mad Max movies. But when you said Mad Max, I thought you meant the original Mad Max, which is my second favorite Mad Max movie.
Okay.
Which is usually
I've
favorite.
I've seen the first one maybe like once, I think. Yeah, and
it's good.
Not that good, not that memorable, but
it's a very slow-paced movie, but I think that's what makes me love it way more because they focus on the characters rather than just like, hey, we're gonna focus on the scenery, the post-apocalyptic kind of environment, because that really hasn't started in Mad Max. It's a little bit hinted at, but it doesn't start until Road Warrior.
I don't know. Maybe I have to watch it again because I haven't seen it in quite a long time too. But the thing that I didn't like about that was that it didn't really seem so much that like of an intentional choice not to show that aspect of the world, but it seemed like it was just a low budget movie, so they just didn't have the budget to show like that aspect of the world being like this post-apocalyptic world, because obviously that's like a lot more investment into the sets and stuff like that they just didn't have the money for. So it just seemed like it's just a low budget sci-fi movie basically, which I'm sure is probably the case, but maybe I'm just not really giving it a fair shake.
No, the first Mad Max was definitely not science fiction at all, because like the whole like fuel reservoir kind of being dried up, that really wasn't present until Road Warrior. But This one was just a revenge movie. That's all it is. It's a drama / revenge because obviously you probably already know because you watched Fury Road, but what happens to his family, he sees that and then he goes after the gang. But it's definitely more character driven. Jason, no, Thunderdome is not the best, and I do not love it the most. I actually really dislike Thunderdome probably the most. It's kind of hard to argue with someone that says like Road Warrior is the best, because I at the time I did feel Road Warrior was the best, but then as I kind of grew up and I watched the original one, I'm like, okay, the original was definitely the better one because of what they had at their disposal to make a movie of. Obviously, with the success of that, they made Road Warrior. But I don't know, man. I think 1, 2, and Fury Road is just, they're fantastic. You can say any one of them is the best. Sorry about the tangent.
No. Talking movies.
Yeah.
It's just it's just one of those movies that you can just put on whenever, and you can enjoy watching it. So I feel like any movie like that, like, no matter how like good or bad it may be like critically, it at least has to be good enough that you can put it on. Like the original Total Recall. It's pretty fucking cheesy movie, but I can watch that any day of the week. The remake is the example of like the opposite of that, where it's just not good.
No. The one remake that I think did really good was Judge Dredd. I actually really enjoyed the remake more than the original.
Yeah, I think I've only seen it once, like when it first came out, and I've never seen it again. But yeah, I do remember liking it. It was not too bad. Yeah.
Have you watched The Boys yet?
The Boys? No, I don't think so. It doesn't sound familiar.
It's only on Amazon right now. It's good, man. I'll have to ask if you have seen this other one. Have you seen Umbrella Academy?
Nah.
Oh my god.
Of course, I see it on Netflix all the time. Recommended, whatever, but I've not actually watched it yet.
I was the same until my uncle borderline forced me to watch Umbrella Academy against my will, because I was watching other shit. He's like, hey, you little fuck, you're gonna watch Umbrella Academy, you're gonna be happy. So he put it on and he left the room. I was like, what the fuck, you're not gonna stay? He's like, no, I watch this shit, you're gonna watch it. I was like, all right, cool, thanks uncle, you're the best. And I just figured like I'll watch it since he's borderline gonna beat the shit out of me. But it's really good, man. Great characters. Season 1 I think is not as good as season 2, but it's still like fantastic.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case with a lot of these shows. Like that's what I said about The 100 and The Walking Dead. It seems like a lot of these shows, like season 1 is just kind of about like they're finding their footing, right? And finding out like if the story is interesting enough, like that people are going to be interested in it or not. And then like if the story is good enough, then they usually, like by the second and third season, they're working out the kinks of like bad acting and bad writing, and that stuff gets a lot better later on. Usually seems to be the case.
Like a Game of
Where
Thrones.
at the start, like for starting a new series, they probably don't have a huge budget because they don't know if it's going to be good or not, right? So they don't have a huge budget to like hire a bunch of actors that they know are going to be good straight off the bat. They're just going to go with whoever they can get, and then just try to get the series on its feet, right? So makes sense.
I usually find TV shows, like series or even like docu-series style shows, like The Oz, the ones that are on HBO just have a whole different vibe and feel to them. And I think it's because they're not banking on season 1 to do good. They know season 1's going to do good. So they probably put like so much more effort into like establishing multi-seasons and the different arcs before it even goes on air.
All right.
I'm definitely showing my age when I talk
much.
about Oz.
Yeah, I've not. I think I've heard of that, but I've definitely never seen it. So
It's a prison series. It's pretty graphic, but it's based around a male prison. Think of Orange is the New Black, but it's not really built around humor, and the gratuitous nudity is males. But it's like it's super good in terms of the drama.
I'm not sure if it sounds like something that would be up my alley or not, but
maybe not. I mean, have you seen The Sopranos?
Come across it. No, yeah, I've never watched that.
I would say definitely don't go out of your way to watch it if you haven't seen like Sopranos or Breaking Bad or something along those lines.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is just not really. It's the kind of thing, like I mentioned before. Like if I watch it, I'm sure I'll get into it. But just like the idea of it is not really something that I'm interested in. More interested in sci-fi kind of stuff.
Okay. It's not that but it's not that many sci-fi TV shows, unfortunately. And if there is,
I watched
like
The Island.
How's that?
On Netflix? Did you watch that?
No.
The Island. It was same thing like we're talking about. It was kind of cheesy, like the first season, but it had an interesting idea. But I think it got canceled or something, or maybe it was only ever meant to be one season, and it's kind of short. It's only like 8 episodes or something like that. Okay. But it seems like it got more interesting towards the end, but then that's the end of it. So I don't know. Wouldn't really recommend watching it just because if you are not really into it, it'll obviously just be a little bit of a waste of time. But even if you are into it, then you're gonna feel like kind of disappointed.
Yeah.
Because you'll be like left wanting more, and I don't think there is gonna be any more.
No, I couldn't have a permanent blue balls. Bro, how do you finish that shit already? Oh my god.
Oh, yeah. Last time you saw it, it was like almost done. It was just one of the arms done already. The weapons just take like 2 seconds, but the new gun's pretty dope. Hold out and extendo action there. I'm gonna put some stickers on too, so I'll do that, I guess.
Oh, so you're not planning to paint it?
Not right now, not tonight. I just mean like.
Well, I know,
at
but
the moment,
in general.
I don't know. Not right away. Yeah. So it'll just be in inbox limbo.
Okay.
I'll stick the stickers on some of these parts here. See how bad they're gonna look.
I guess that makes sense because you're definitely not planning to use those stickers for the painted build anyways.
I don't need them, yeah.
Time is about 12. Yeah, I guess we'll probably stay on. I don't know if you have like another like 15 minutes or so.
I don't know. I'm fine. I got nothing else to do. Just this. That's my only plans for today, so.
Gotcha.
Wow, I'm already not feeling like I want to stick this sticker on here. Why is this like that even? So like the sticker for the knife blade, where you have like one on one side, it like just barely, it like just fits on the shape, and on the other side, it's a little bit larger, so you can wrap the edges around.
Yeah.
But because it's like a foil sticker, like it doesn't bend actually really well, and so it doesn't wrap around at all.
Yeah, it's
what's
full
the deal
of
with
stickers
that?
are
Is it like
horrendous? I know for a hot tip, just for my my straight builders out there, because I know y'all are out there. Use the liquid chrome. If you can get one of these pins, if you're in the States, definitely Hobby Lobby, but you can order these probably on Amazon. But they're like the best things to replace foil stickers. Just make sure you're careful because they take extremely long to cure, if they cure at all.
Let's see.
See, Raised by Wolves is a new sci-fi show on HBO that Ridley Scott is involved in. You sold me at Ridley Scott. I might have to check that out. And I have HBO Plus, so
It sounds familiar, right?
Raised by Wolves.
Nice. Sounds familiar. I think I remember hearing something about that, or I'd seen like some ad for it or something. Basically.
My rule of thumb usually is if it's on HBO, it's probably good. Like Westworld was fantastic. Obviously, like just a lot of the older shows. Either. You haven't watched Westworld?
Yeah, no, I want to.
It's good.
I actually don't
really
know that much
good.
about it. I just know that it's also kind of like future post-apocalypse kind of setting, right?
Yeah, it started off obviously as a book, and then it got made into a movie adaptation back in like the 70s or 60s, and then there's multi movies. The movies are okay. I don't think they're fantastic, but the TV series it blew me away with the first 2 seasons. Third season was
Yeah, I've been like, just from the very little that I've heard about it, I'm interested enough that I would like to watch it if I can. The other series that I forgot about, the other one that I've watched, because I've really only watched a few in my entire life, but one other series that I have watched is Black Mirror, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
That was good. Obviously, some episodes better than others, but
I remember watching when the new season came out. I was with a bunch of my boys who was in Okinawa, and we're like, oh shit, that new Black Mirror dropped, and it was the one with the 2 dudes in the video game.
Oh yeah.
And it was like about 5 of us in the room watching it. We're like, we're looking at each other. We're like, I don't know how to feel about this episode. And I was like, you know what? I was like, I think I'd do it. Fuck it, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that'd be a little bit of an awkward one, yeah.
Tell my boy, hey Chris, get on Virtual Fighter 6 so I can fuck you.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, like, it's hard to imagine.
Yeah, that shit would never fly. That's super out there.
Like, not like if you are in the game and like you don't know who the other person is, right? Then
yeah, that's an obvious.
How would you know? But
what if you get matched up with another dude?
Eh?
Like, okay, it's a fighting game, right? But what if your opponent is a dude and he's coming after you? There's no timing out. Like a giant E Honda coming your way with his freaking giant hands coming at you. Oh no, that'd be a nightmare. I'm trying to say the safe word and shit.
It'd be a mess.
Yeah, it definitely would be.
I think, like, though, if you did know like who it was, I think that'd be a pretty impossible thing to get over, that mental block.
I'll be over in a second.
It doesn't matter how like hot the character is in the game, but like if you actually know who it is and like.
Well, if he's obviously talking about like real life shit, like, hey bro, you copping that PS5? Like, yeah, man. And he's like, all right, yeah, me too, man. I'll see you at Walmart and I'll pull your dick out. It'd be like, oh, yeah, that'd be a little bit too weird. But I don't know, man. If it was just like, I don't know, I'd be fine with it. It's just a game. I think the Marine Corps kind of fucked me up though, because I've seen so many penises in my life at this point, like hundreds of penises, and it's all involuntary. Like, I didn't choose to see the penis. It's just you're in the shower with 70 other dudes and the drill instructors yelling at you to hurry up and wash yourself in less than 10 seconds, and you just you see your next door neighbor's penis. That's just how it is.
Yeah. That's true.
He's like, I can't relate to that.
Do you ever go to the... Well, sort of, because I was going to ask, do you ever go to the public bath there in
Oh, absolutely.
Japan?
It's so fucking weird. Like, I said this story plenty of times, but the first true date with my wife. Like the first date we had, it was by ourselves, but the second time I went to her family's house and I met her family, and this is our first time ever meeting. Well, my first time meeting her family, and they're like, "Hey, we're going to bathhouse." And in my head, I'm like, "Oh man, that's pretty dope. I love going to bathhouse." But I'm like, "Wait, I'm gonna see her entire male's family's penises." And sure enough, her two brothers and her dad, there's their penis. And you can't just not look at a person's penis. I'm like, I'm just doing my thing. I'm taking off my clothes, and I'm like, oh, it's right in front of me. And you know, it is what it is. But
that I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's better or worse, but I got some competition for you here for the first public bath experience, because mine was with when I first came to teach here. We would do like the hagwon that I was working at, which is like it's like not in a public school, just like in Japan they're eikaiwa, and here they're called hagwon, basically like the kind of private school kind of class that the kids go to like later in the afternoon after school. And like once a month we'd have like a field trip where we go to like some like kind of local attraction or something like that, like the bay near here or something like that, or it's like a mountain to go hiking or something with the kids, just like so the kids could have some experience kind of hanging out with their English teacher, speaking English like outside of the classroom, right? And one of the things that we did like very early in my time here in Korea, one of the first ones that we did was going to the public bath. I hadn't been yet, so it was my first time going, and it was with a bunch of my students.
Oh no.
Little elementary school students. So like,
that's so awkward.
But even though like your first time, you get over it really fast, because once you're in there, you see like just how normal it is, right? Like no one cares. It's not like weird that you just going in there and just getting naked in front of a bunch of dudes. I mean,
well, I'm so used to being naked at this point.
You were probably also used to it.
Yeah, like in Afghanistan, like we were always like me and my boys, we're always in there. Like we're roughhousing in the thing, you know. We don't give a shit. Hey, we slapping ass, good game. But it was just weird the first time meeting my wife's male family is I gotta see their penises. It felt like you know, it was an indoctrination, like, you know, it's a ritual in order to get into the family and marry the woman. I gotta see some penis. So I'm like, all right, pull it out, man.
It is a bit.
But Japanese are way more comfortable with their sexuality than Americans. I've noticed. Americans are almost embarrassed.
Oh yeah,
like,
for sure.
It's like taboo.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of foreigners that I'm sure you probably had it there. You've noticed as well too. A lot of foreigners when they come here, they like, don't want to go public bath. Like, no way, dude.
They try and make excuses. Like, I have tattoos. Like, no one gives a shit about your tattoos, bro. It's a myth.
Yeah, they really don't. Except when I first went to Japan the first time in that time in 2009, as was mentioned before, we tried to go to because I came with my girlfriend at the time, and we tried to go to a swimming pool. So we came in the summer and it was hot as hell. So we asked the friends like that we were couch surfing with here, we're like, is there a pool that we can go to? So like they told us where it was, and we went there. And I didn't have any tattoos yet at the time, but my girlfriend had a tattoo, and so like we changed in the locker rooms or whatever, and then we came out and like met each other out once you go through the separate men and women's locker rooms.
Yeah.
And then like there was someone there, I don't know, some lifeguard or staff, whatever, who saw us as we were coming out and saw that my girlfriend had a tattoo, and I was like, oh, you can't go in with that. Jeez. So they managed to find a massive band-aid that was big enough to cover the tattoo. It's like this big ass band-aid to stick over it to cover it up so that we could go in. It was so weird. It's like I knew that like that was a thing, but like she's a girl, like a college American white girl with like a tattoo. It's not like a big Yakuza tattoo on her back. It was like this little thing on like her like stomach, like front like corner of her stomach, right? Was not expecting that to be an issue, but I was surprised. But yeah, I've been to public bath there in Japan, a bunch of times after having tattoos, and it was never an issue.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it probably depends on the prefecture or city. If it's like a smaller town, you know, maybe I think the smaller places probably don't care, but probably the more city-ish, they might be a little more concerned. Just I don't know if maybe Yakuza has any kind of involvement.
Maybe, but either way, it just seemed weird because, like, obviously a foreigner's not involved with the Yakuza. No one's gonna think that.
Mm-hmm. You know, I just thought of something. I wonder if it's gay because, like, you ever played Guilty Gear?
No, I know what it is, but I've never played it. No.
So Guilty Gear is a pretty cool ass fighting game. One of my favorites. There's a character called Bridget, and one would assume at face value that Bridget is a female. Bridget is not a female. That is a full-blown male raised in a Catholic church to wield a yo-yo as a weapon, and I guess it's just feminine in nature. So what if you go into a fighting game, you don't know the back lore of a character, like they don't tell you the lore of a character, and you're like, man, I'm about to bang this random character in this VR, and then that female, you know, pulls out the jewels and the goods. It's like, what do you do? Do you just go for it? Like, you know, it's virtual, man. Like, YOLO. Or do you gotta exit out of the game? What do you do, Zach? These are the tough questions that I think about every single night, Zach. This is my world.
Yeah, well,
it's rough.
That's certainly a tough question. I don't know. I gotta say, I think I could wait. Probably.
You gotta wait for the right one.
Yeah.
That's why it's important to read up on the lore of characters in fighting games, because you never know what you're gonna get.
I saw in the last review that I did of Fetishes kit, the Fate Grand Order, and like I saw a couple people kept saying about some character. They're like, oh, I'm waiting for this particular character. I was like, why do people keep saying they're waiting for this character? And I looked, and it's like this girl character, and I like just read like the short like little Wikipedia whatever bio there on the character, and it's like, oh no, it's a male character that dresses as a female.
Yeah.
Okay. I can see why people are making that joke. So they're like just taking the piss. I forget, it's like Alfonso or Alstafo, something like that.
Never seen it.
Someone in the chat will know.
It's probably be Forge, because I think Forge is my no, is it Eclipse? It might be Eclipse if he's here. But that dude, they simp over that Fate Stay whatever. I don't get it.
Surely they'll know then. Oh, there's someone said Mafiuyu.
Alfonso is best.
Astolfo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's the one. You should look up the character, then you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I'll probably look it up and there's gonna be nothing but like Rule 34 shit.
Yeah, you look it up later once everyone's asleep and turn the lights down.
Well, I got tricked in I know you don't watch Kamen Rider, but in Kamen Rider Zeo, there's a bad guy, and I thought it was a chick. One of like the time watchers or whatever, and I was like, damn, that bitch fine. And I think by like episode 2 or 3, like they still never had context clues whether it's a boy or girl, but I kept looking. I'm like, oh no, that's a man, baby. I felt disgusted, but I was like, you know what? It's 2019. I was like, it is 2019. You know what? It's normal at this point. Who cares?
Oops.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm gonna go tell my wife one day, and like, baby, I gotta tell you something. I like traps. And she'd be like, what the fuck? what does that even mean? I'm like, I don't even know what it means.
Like, don't pretend like you don't know.
Like, you Japanese, you inherit all the terminology of the shit.
Oh yeah.
I'm not even gonna get the body done today.
What about like the really super? These are actually like, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I feel like these are actually kind of really rare. Like the really manly female characters.
Oh, I fucking love them.
Like Karen and my 8th MS team is like the most obvious one that comes to mind.
Yeah, the tan chick. I love it. You ever watch Onigai Muscle? Well, it's not Onigai Muscle, but it's how heavy are dumbbells really? Oh, there's some buff chicks, and that rustles my feathers. I've always wanted. I've never been with a woman that was bigger than me. Like most of my women are usually like very petite, even like the chest. They're usually like C cups at max, and that's a lucky day. But mostly in the A's and B's. But I've never had a woman that was like larger than me, stronger than me, can just manhandle me. That's like one of my all-time fetishes. I want to get beaten up, but then I want to get like nurtured back to health by her, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Not there with you, but yeah, I get it.
I mean, I know it's a struggle. You know, men, you know, they want to keep their masculinity intact. You know, their dominance, their pride. But I want it to be shattered one time by a woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I can't have that because my wife is. She ain't strong.
Yeah, I don't know. Like how many stories.
You don't have to respond. So you don't have to respond.
No,
to
listen.
That one.
Just trying to weigh the whether I want to share any other like stories that are coming to mind, but there was one Japanese girl who was like really into I'm not sure if it was karate or not, but I want to say I'm thinking it was karate, even though it sounds like that's made up, but I think it actually was. I knew this other girl too that was like into Aikido. I think I want to say, like, because her dad was like a teacher
grappling,
of it.
right?
Yeah. But this one I'm thinking of, who was like strong. She was definitely stronger than me. But yeah, she did karate, I think. Which, I mean, it was like cool, I guess, but it's not like something that I would look for. You know what I mean?
I mean, you don't know what you like until you get it. But for this one in particular, I think I do know what I like, even though I never had it. It's like I never had $1 million, but I would fucking know I would like it. And for this, I think if a woman just like punched me right in my dick tip and called me her bitch, then I mean, I think I might enjoy it too. You just never know, man. You never know. I'm not saying that's like a permanent like thing I would have in my life, but like a one time, you know, like it happens in the basement of a underground hotel, whatever. It happens. It stays right there.
You're reminding me of that. You're reminding me of that SNL skit. What's that? Where they're talking about wearing women's clothing. I don't remember who's all in it. I know Charles Barkley's in it. That's why it's one that I've seen, because I love Charles Barkley on SNL. He's hilarious. But they're like they're construction workers like in New York, and like a girl walks by and they're like doing their cat calls, whatever, like typical like stereotypical construction worker like cat calls. And then can't remember like what happens, but then they get to talking like, if I was a woman, I would wear something like this. And it's like, oh, if I went to an awards show, you know, I'd have a nice little bag like this that I'd carry, just something to keep my phone in. I don't know, like that. Like they're all like obviously thought about this like a lot. They're talking like really super like detailed what they would wear if they were women. So it's really funny. You're kind of reminding me of that. Like, oh, I don't know, it's something I would like to try it. It's not something I've thought about that much.
Nah,
But
I'm envious of women and their like options of clothing, but I would never want to wear like a skirt and shit. I got like my thighs are too meaty. I'd be walking around getting catcalled, but they'd be like, "Man, that dude roundhouse kicked my face in a heartbeat." That's not the kind of catcalls I want. I'm a respectable lad. Charles Barkley. Okay, basketball player. Okay, now it makes sense.
Were you not knowing who I was talking about?
I was thinking of Arnold Palmer, the golfer.
What?
I don't know. I just thought of an old white dude. I'm like, Charles Barkley. Like, is it the golfer?
Nah.
Charles Barkley probably played golf. Every basketball player plays golf.
Yeah. Have to.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
Oh, kilts?
I'll send you the link. You can
Kilts don't
watch it later.
count. You staying on for a little bit longer?
Me?
Yeah. You good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, I'm gonna get
done with that. Done with the.
I'm gonna keep building, but I'm gonna go grab some of the juice. I'm feeling the vibe, so I want to get it.
Yeah,
Chat,
I also
entertain.
need to go get another one here too.
Oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna say like chat, entertain Zach.
I feel like I'm the only person that I know that ever references Saturday Night Live skits. I feel like I always talk about them during live chats. It's always coming up in a live chat. I always think of some live skit that I'm referencing. If any of you guys want to check it out, though, while Crow and I are getting new beers, if you go to YouTube, it's Con Ed Repair Site is the name of it, Saturday Night Live. If you just search SNL cat calls, just look at the one that has Charles Barkley in it. Con Ed Repair Site. Anyway, very funny. I mean, Charles Barkley. Nothing better than. I'll wait till Crow comes because I'll ask him about this. I'm sure he's not seen it.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch that skit after.
I sent you that, and I was just gonna say another one of like my all-time favorite SNL skits is also, well, I don't know if I can say that because there's so many good ones, but another one that I really love with Charles Barkley anyway is where it's inside the NBA, like NBA like talk show.
Yeah.
And Charles Barkley is on there playing Shaq, and Kenan Thompson is playing Charles Barkley. It's like they're kind of like swapped. It's really funny. Charles Barkley playing Shaq is super funny.
Oh, really?
It's great. Yeah, it's fantastic. So good.
Yeah, I love anything that like makes fun of Shaq because they do like the whole cross-eyed thing. Like,
yeah, there's a like I think in different at least in different ones that I've seen on SNL, like Charles Barkley played Shaq. Who's that comedian? I'm suddenly drawing a blank. You know that
was he on
really
Mad TV?
Famous? No. Kevin? No. Kevin Hart. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Kevin Hart plays Jack. And then another one of the just like normal SNL cast. I don't know his name. Sorry to say. Played Shaq in a couple of episodes as well too, but I didn't really like them as much as Charles Barkley playing Shaq. I think did it the best, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to watch that then.
Brian in the chat said that he loves SNL. While you were gone, I was saying that I feel like I'm the only person that I know that ever references any SNL skits, but it's because like I've like growing up, I never really watched it that much, and like in high school and maybe into college a little bit as well too. Like I had like a few of like the best of DVDs, like the best of Will Ferrell, of course, and then like best of Tracy Morgan. I love Tracy Morgan. as well too. Like those I've seen a bunch, but like the show I only really started kind of like watching more in like the past couple of years because I watched it on YouTube. So like after the show airs and like they put a bunch of the show up on YouTube, I watch it. So and you know, like over the years the cast is like some seasons better than others. Mm-hmm. I feel like more recently the cast has been pretty good. It's been pretty funny. So but now because of the lockdown they haven't been making it
that makes
for
sense.
Months. I feel like early on in the lockdown they did like an episode like from them all like at home. They did like a at home episode where like all the skits were all just on their like webcams.
Oh, that's weird.
It was weird. It was kind of funny, but yeah, definitely obviously didn't have the full charm of the full show. But
so I grew up with more like Mad TV and In Living Color and Kids in the Hall. Like that's kind of like more of my forte.
I didn't see any of that really. Even the like probably like even later on Mad TV I've only seen a little bit of maybe. Just one of those things, just never really took the time to really spend much time watching it. Yeah.
I think it's on Hulu, right? I think you get pretty much most of SNL on Hulu.
I don't know. Maybe, probably. I should go back and watch some more because now recently I've been feeling like my YouTube recommended is just garbage. I don't know what's wrong with YouTube, but it's not recommending me like anything like you know like when you first open it up and there'll be like the top 10 recommended videos. I'm lucky if there's like one in those that like is actually something that I want to click to watch. Recently it's just not been good, so like I need to find something else to watch. That's probably why I've been like actually been willing to spend more time, because usually like more recently in the past few years or something, even before that, it's like I don't watch series and stuff like that because I just watch YouTube a lot. It's different things. A lot of news actually mostly, but like when I'm not watching any just whatever news of the day, like I want to watch something else. But recently I'm not finding anything else really on YouTube that I really want to watch. I don't know. And no SNL either, so that would also be like another kind of just easy go-to, but it's just not there.
Well, since we're on the topic of YouTube, I know you're a big H3H3 fan, huh? What do you think about just what he's been doing in like the past, I'll say about 2 years, with just the tonal shift and
well, let me get this. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'll think about it. I don't really need to think about it, but I will.
Oh yeah, I know you get, because some people are pretty hard into like very opinionated with H3H3, which is understandable. This right here, my boys. I don't know. This is the camera. Okay. This right here, my boys. This is memories, right here. This is good times. You know, I've been holding off for special occasion.
Okay. What you got there?
Yeah, I was lecturing the chat.
As far as people being like opinionated about what H3H3 is doing, that's like what we were talking about earlier. Is like people have way too much time on their hands because like I just don't care. I mean, like, yeah, I miss, like, I wish that they were still doing a lot of the content like that made them famous, right?
Yeah.
That made them popular, because obviously like that was great, like all the funny stuff that they were doing before. So yeah, I'm sad that they're not doing that anymore, but like they don't work for me. I can't make them do that.
Yeah,
you know, they can do whatever they want, and like, so sad day for me, but they don't owe me or anyone else anything, right? So I just don't really care that much. I don't watch the podcast a lot. Sometimes I watch like clips of it. They have like the other channels like H3H3 podcast highlights. Yeah, and so usually I'll just watch like that stuff because like I really try to avoid watching videos about like YouTube drama and stuff like that, because like it sucks you in, but it's such a waste of time. I
Yeah,
really don't
absolutely.
want to. I don't want to spend, if I can avoid it, I don't want to spend time wondering about like Tanakon or this kind of stuff like that related to that. And they talk about that stuff a lot because they have to. I mean, it's a YouTube show that, whatever, like that's, I don't dislike them for talking about that stuff, but I just would prefer to not watch stuff about that if I can.
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
Because like all through college, and like after college, I just moved to Asia, here to Korea, and then Japan, back to Korea, and basically I like kind of am glad that I've not really been like much of a TV consumer. Like in college, I never watched TV, and like even before that in high school, I didn't really watch that much TV. Like, and like I was kind of glad about that because like I just don't like that, like shutting off your brain and just like sitting in front of the TV and like all the commercials and stuff. Just like don't like to have that feeling, but then like sometimes like when I think about it, I'm thinking like, but isn't YouTube like kind of the same? Like,
exactly the same.
I watch a lot of YouTube, and is that not like just basically the same thing as just watching TV all day long? So if I get started to like watching stuff on YouTube that is like so much like the garbage of just watching TV, then I'm kind of like really don't want to do that. So that kind of content, I especially want to kind of avoid watching that kind of stuff.
We say you watch a lot of news, right?
But no, I mean, yeah, listen to kind of like that. I should probably just like, I've thought about this for a long time. I should really get into just listening to podcasts more, because I think it would save me a lot of time and effort of like going to YouTube and just like clicking on videos and stuff. I just like press play on whatever podcast of the day and it'll just go. But I've just never really spent the time. There's a couple of podcasts that I do listen to, but like kind of really only one, mostly. And I should get into it more.
Yeah, like going back to the H3, I definitely feel you, because like as much as I do prefer the original Ethan Klein, like the kind of antics, skits, and unapologetic kind of behavior that he had on his original channel, like I loved it. It was hilarious and it felt real. Going to the podcast, it's like I watch every episode of his podcast, like every single week. I tune in to the interviews or to After Dark, whatever he's doing. But it does feel like it's not, it doesn't feel like the same Ethan, but it's like, who am I? Like, I'm just a viewer, so it's like I can't say, oh, hey, this isn't working, because it's obviously working for him. If it didn't, he wouldn't be continuing down that podcast path. But the podcast can be fun.
I would say it's probably got it.
No, I was just saying, like,
he's still funny, and I'm sure it's probably. Yeah. No, I think that it's probably half of it is that he's just trying to be more conscious, because with podcasts they have a lot of sponsors and stuff, and trying maybe not to be, and maybe a mix of that, like sponsors, and then also just like the internet culture in general, trying to avoid
cancel
as much as possible, just like getting heaped on. Which I think probably he doesn't care about that too much, because I'm sure they've already been through it all, like over the years.
Well, Keemstar's kind of like the final boss.
Yeah, I'm sure they don't care about that too much, but I think probably in general they are just like with the podcast trying to be just a little bit conscious about what they say, things like that, to a degree. But then I think the other half of it is just that I think probably he's just kind of just probably personally grown out of that. Maybe he just personally doesn't find, like when he was being funny like that in the old videos and stuff, like maybe he just like sees that as kind of like the more immature version of himself that like he just didn't really want to be anymore or whatever, something like that, where it may be funny for us, and it certainly was funny, and it certainly would still be funny if he was still doing it, I'm sure, but like maybe just personally he just didn't really want to be like that or whatever, I don't know. So
Sure.
who knows, could be like that.
Yeah, same thing with Joji. I mean, Joji left us.
I never got into his content.
You never got into Filthy Frank?
You were. Yeah, no.
Oh no. I fed off of it, and I started watching him I think in 2014 or 2015. But man, his shit was my life force.
Yeah.
Like I had a shitty day at work. I gotta put on the new Filthy Frank.
Yeah, I don't know. That too. Just one of those things. If I took the time, I'm sure I'd enjoy it. But it just, from the little bit that I had seen, it just struck me as this kind of edgelord.
Very edgelord.
Like, just edgy for the sake of being edgy, and it was I don't know. I'm sure there's funny bits that I could get a laugh out of, but which is not really my style of humor, I guess. I don't know. But should probably give it a chance.
I mean, his shit's funny as hell, but it's definitely on the edge of like meme edgelord humor. So it's like if that's not your thing, it probably wouldn't match you. But I think it's still aligned to what Ethan did on his old channel. It's kind of like the same style of content. They did a lot of collaborations together too.
Yeah. And
then there's like iDubbbz.
Yeah, iDubbbz is one that I've seen a lot more of iDubbbz stuff. Not watched like every single video of his. Not even close to that. But I've seen a lot more of iDubbbz than I've seen of Filthy Frank, which I've seen like hardly any of.
Yeah.
But yeah, iDubbbz I've seen a lot more of. iDubbbz is funny. I like well enough.
That was interesting.
Still, like among them.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say among them, I like H3H3 the best, but
yeah,
definitely. Good.
It's kind of funny how that style of humor. I mean, it still exists. It's not like it's gone away, but I see it's definitely toned down, pretty severely since like 2000, maybe 16-ish. Because that's when I really started seeing a lot of people kind of getting called out for past antics that were too raunchy or edgy, and it's like, oh, cancel him because he said this joke and 700 videos ago. But I've always kind of wondered how good can that style of humor live within like the review community, because we have Jobby, but it's like outside of Jobby, even Jobby's not that edgy. Like he's kind of but not to that extreme. But it's like, I wonder how well that would exist in the Gundam community, or just like the review community in general. Like,
yeah, I don't know. Because I don't know, anything related to something like this, people are watching, I think, too much for the substance to be able to like enjoy it. 'Cause, like anything, if it's funny, people will like it, I guess. But like, people are watching Gunpla related stuff either because they want to see the review of the kid, or they want to like learn some techniques or whatever. They're looking for like tutorials or whatever. I don't know who's looking for. I mean, I guess it's like the Steve Jobs kind of thing. I guess you have to just you have to make it, and then people will realize it's what they're looking for, right? But I don't know. That could be the case. If you make it well, maybe people will love it. But it seems to me that there wouldn't be a lot of people that would be looking for that kind of content related to Gunpla. If they're looking for Gunpla related content, it's a hobby that has nothing to do with comedy. There's like nothing funny about Gunpla, you know.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely true.
Maybe you could find something funny about it, but
sometimes it's forced.
That's why, like, I've never really been a big fan of Joby's videos. Like, I definitely can appreciate the effort that goes into them. Like, I know his writing and especially editing for those videos must take a lot of time and effort, which I appreciate. And I know there's an audience there for it, obviously. So a lot of people do like it. It's just not like for me personally. And even Mecha Gaikotsu also tries to shoehorn a lot of jokes into his reviews, and it's just not funny for me.
Yeah.
But that's just me. I don't know. Obviously, again, in that case, obviously there's a large audience for that. A lot of people must find it funny. So, I mean, there's people out there. Just depends on the audience you're looking for, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, there's a large variety of just what people do in terms of, I'll put reviews in like quotations because it's very like it's very obscure at this point what a true review can be, because we have it's a Gunpla, you know, he does reviews, but it's not really a review. It's kind of like, it's like an overview, or it's just a discussion piece. Mecha Gaikutsu and you and I is like, we're definitely like reviewers. We're dissecting it bit by bit. We're displaying all the, you know, capabilities and features. But then you also have people like EA Gunpla. It's definitely not a review. That's more of a an art piece. I don't know what you would call what he does.
Just a creator.
Yeah, just creator. That's fair. So it's like there's definitely not a wrong or right answer about what to do when it comes to Gundam reviews. And I see a lot of like newcomers joining in the fray, and anyone who's in the chat who's, you know, thinking about becoming a content creator or is already one. The worst thing to do is to follow the crowd, especially following the it crowd. Just because the most popular guy's doing what's that, ASMR videos, doesn't mean that you do ASMR. It's just they found a niche, they broke into it. Now if you can build on that, then sure, but just doing what everyone's doing is definitely not going to be the thing to pioneer you ahead of everyone. So then the question is, what is the best way to approach a review in terms of content creation?
Yeah. You just have to have something that sets your channel apart. If you're just doing the same thing as other channels, the community is too small for there to be room for people, multiple channels just doing the same thing. You'll have like channels like that you know, like don't necessarily do anything special, and they have an audience, but they like a dedicated core who maybe for whatever reason just likes the way that person describes kits or something, for example, or something, that there's something about that particular reviewer that a smaller number of people like, but it's not going to have as much general mass appeal unless you have something that sets you apart from others. So like you're saying, you can't just copy what other people are doing. I think you can, because essentially, I mean, we're all sort of, I mean, just doing the same thing, but it's just you have to have something about your content that makes it unique, in some way, and appealing, obviously.
I mean, with the larger paintbrush stroke, we're all definitely doing pretty much the same thing. We're talking about Gundams and what the Gunpla itself can do, whether you are being vocal in narration, or you're doing text, or you're just kind of letting the video explain itself. I mean, EA Gunpla and Studio G, they're pretty much the same exact people, like in terms of the way they kind of construct their content and flow of video. So they only have like their own individual kind of quirks, which makes them kind of propel above the other. And I mean, it's the same thing with like you, Mecha Gunpla Network, and other like Gundam reviewers. Everyone has their quirks. Like yours, you go way more in depth to what a advanced builder would do to it. You kind of dissect more of like the capabilities of what can be done to it. Whereas Mecha Kotu is,
I think it's just it's just the perspective of the reviewer. My perspective. So like, you know, what I'll describe about the kit is not really saying anything that different from what another reviewer would say about the kit, like MechaZen, for example. Like what we're saying about the kit is not going to be that much different because we're talking about the same kit. So like we're talking about like the points of articulation or what's included in the kit. What we're actually going to be saying is not going to be that different. It's just that the way that we say it and the way that we talk about it is going to be different because we have different perspectives. That's I think what's different. That's what you're talking about.
Okay.
People where I'm coming at it as from like the modeling perspective, where I'm thinking about like which parts are going to be good for painting, like where seam lines are going to be, things like that. Whereas like that's not going to be something that someone like Mecha, who's more his perspective, I would say is more from like a collector or like just a fan, like a fan perspective, collector perspective, not necessarily the modeling perspective.
Yeah.
So the way that we judge kits is definitely going to be different. Whereas he may think that a kit is garbage and like not good because it can't do some pose from the anime or something like that. Where someone like me, I wouldn't care about that at all, because like I would see, okay, it can't do that particular pose from the anime that it's meant to do, but like otherwise it's an entirely solid kit that can do so much. There's like so much else that you can do with it that I just like, I'm always looking for the potential of the kit and not so much about like what you're limited to with the kit.
That makes sense.
But yeah. Anyway, sorry, go on. But
that was more of a tangent, but
oh yeah.
I agree though, because I see a lot of people, someone just different discords or like r/Gunpla, you know, people saying they're going to get into it, and I check out their videos. Sometimes I subscribe and I'll comment like, "Hey man, good job." Maybe give a quick tip or two. I'm by no means I would consider a successful YouTuber. I think once you're probably in the hundreds of thousands, I think that's when you kind of go more into the successful route. Below that, you're still kind of like you know, you're going uphill. You still gotta work ahead of you. But it's like too many of them I see go into the ASMR route of what I forgot the dude's name's like Pedro, the one that has like 3 million views in that Wing Gundam video. They see that and they're like, that's how you do it. That's how you make a Gundam video. It's like that worked for him because probably location, his IP address connected with what was trending in his region, and his region may be very niche when it comes to Gundam, and that may have been just an entry point for a lot of people to look at Gundam. Whereas someone from the United States or even Japan, you know, I'm buried with a bunch of other content creators that I need to compete against. And so it's like the same with them. Maybe not go the route of what's the most popular with the one dude. Find your own niche. It can be comedy. It could be cinematic, because I've seen a lot of cinematic reviews before. Stop motion. But yeah, it just gets frustrating when I want to support another reviewer, but it's just like it's so generic. It's the same thing. There's no ambition. Let me scratch that. It's not that there's no ambition. There's no individuality, I would say.
Yeah, I think ambition is close to it. It's maybe not exactly the right word that I would use either, but you know, you have to be able to stick with it It's like, I don't know if ambition is the right word.
It's not.
It's like
I misused it.
But
it's the black extra age.
You see like some
column.
channels. I don't know. I think you see like some channels that will start off really strong and like their content is like really quite good, but maybe they don't get what they were hoping for out of it straight away, and they kind of just lose steam and then just kind of like give up.
Yeah.
Start posting less, like once a week, once a month. Like they go 2 months without posting anything, stuff like that. So I don't know if that's a lack of ambition or a lack of motivation, or just like they had the wrong assumptions going into it, thinking that like a couple of really well made videos will just like skyrocket them to like YouTube success. Like it's something that you just kind of have to just stick with it for a long time.
Yeah. Chad brings up a good point. So they bring up Otaku Builder, which I followed Otaku Builder when he was only at like 4,000 subscribers. And I was the whole time like, why doesn't this dude have more? Because every single build is very unique, and the style was very unique to him, in which he puts LEDs in the kits, paints them, puts LEDs. And that's what's accelerated him. And even like, he has like other people supporting him, like Jabi the Hong, they retweet his stuff, and he's a really good content creator. But it's like, I wouldn't want to see another person doing the same exact thing, because I'm not going to Otaku Builder because of he's doing LEDs in a kit. It's because he's the one that's doing it because he wants to do it. But if I see someone else trying to mimic that, it becomes like disingenuous. Like I don't know, maybe they're just like trying to follow the tide.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah.
It's like I tried telling some people that I lost probably 1 or 2 friends because like I gave them the hard news. They were doing something, I gave them like critiques like, hey man, like this isn't working because you're not reaching your audience. Like your audience wants to see this, and I get it, you want to do your own thing, but don't make what you want to do the focus, because it's been years and it's not hit. So it's like, maybe try and tweak it, refine it, and then present it to your audience and have them kind of be the judge. And then they're like, you don't know what you're talking about, but they're still in limbo hell when it comes to subscriber growth. But people just need to try things like I'm not tooting my own horn, but like when I did that meme video, the what the Gundam fandom's like, I have no fucking idea why that did what it did, but I've gained probably about 400 to 500 subscribers just off of that one video. And I was like, it was a one-off video that me and Chat talked about, and I was like, fuck it, all right, Chat, I'll do it. So it's like, maybe there's a place for Gundam meme videos, but that was just a complete accident that I stumbled on. So I mean, there could be other things out there. I mean, stop motion's still a big a big hot topic. I don't know, man.
If it was, I would just say, like, if it was me, I really wouldn't. I wouldn't like reach out to any other content creators to give advice like that unless they reached out to me and asked me for it.
Oh, okay.
Just because, I mean, and I don't know if that was the case with you or not. I'm just saying, just not like in contrast to what you did. I'm just saying in general. For me, my outlook would be that I wouldn't reach out to any channel and give advice like that, because I don't know what someone wants out of the channel. Maybe,
Oh, that's true.
Someone's just doing the channel just as like a way to just share their own builds and stuff, and maybe they're not necessarily like looking. But that's the thing too. I think sometimes you hear people say like, I'm just using it to share my work and I don't really care about the subscribers or whatever. Yeah. And like, that, like, come on. Are you telling that to yourself, or are you telling that to me?
Yeah.
Because I can see what you're doing, and it looks to me like you do care about the subscribers. So like, don't blow smoke up my ass. But there's those type of people too that will say they don't care about the subscribers or whatever, which is one thing. But for some people, you know, they really don't, and you know, like if they're perfectly happy with what they're doing and like the audience that they have, and the videos that they're making, then like I wouldn't want to be the one to tell them that they're doing whatever right or wrong, whatever, unless they ask me for my advice.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Because, I mean, me too. I mean, I've had, you know, some success, I guess you could define that, in the YouTube sphere of the hobby, but I'm still no like expert. I'm no guru on the topic. I could give some advice, but I never would have advised anyone to make videos like what EA and Studio G, like those type of videos. I never would have suggested anyone to make those type of videos, but they're super popular. So,
well, so just to give a little more context to that short story, the person in question, he complained about not having subscriber growth, and the videos that he was putting out did not have as high of views as his Gundam reviews. And I told him, I was like, well, you're kind of making your channel more of a Gundam channel, so people are going to gravitate more towards that. You do other things, it's fine to do other stuff, but when you complain about not getting the subscriber growth or the view growth or whatever from those videos, you should already know what your target audience is, and you need to talk to them. You need to be, you know, have a communication line. Because when I did Metabots, I 100% knew I was not going to get any kind of view count on Metabots videos, but I did it because I wanted to do it. So I took the hit of not having a good month of getting, you know, view count, subscriber growth, ad revenue, etc. But I sacrificed all that because I want to do something I love, and I try to explain that to him in that kind of, you know, context. Like, hey, you want to do this particular style of video, you need to understand you're not getting views, man. Like, unless you do some unique shit that's going to draw in a crowd, but you're doing what you're doing with that, what you do with Gundam. And what you do with Gundam is the same thing that Zach and Mecha and every other channel does with Gundam. Is like, and having a 42-minute long-styled, long-winded, unedited review is not it. It's not what you do on this platform right now. But yeah, I definitely agree. You probably not give advice when advice is not asked for, and also don't advise someone to do what someone else is doing.
Is you can see our chat there, right? Is that who you're talking about?
Who? They mentioned a name?
Our chat on Discord. I sent you that.
Oh, Discord? Let me get on that.
Oh, sorry.
I've been vibing, so.
You're not on Discord, yeah?
No, I'm about to pull it up. It's on your Discord?
In just our private chat there.
Oh, private chat. Oh, my
Discord
bad.
DMs.
No, not him.
There, right?
No. I'll message you who it is.
Okay.
But yeah, but that person that you mentioned, I never talked to him about it, but I feel exactly what you feel.
Yeah,
like yeah.
Right. It's not that I don't want to like. It's not that like, oh, I don't want to name any names publicly. It's just that it's like I was saying before. I don't know what, you know, in other content creators' hearts. I don't know like really what they want out of, you know, it's like making art. Like, you don't know really why people are making what they're making, why they're making their content. So it's not really anyone's place to judge them if they don't ask for it. So that's why I don't want to name anyone's names in this, because if I knew this person wanted my point of view and wanted my advice, then I would tell them. If not, then it's not really my place to say, you know, what I think someone should or shouldn't be doing with their content. You know, people need to just make whatever content they feel they need to make, but
it's only when they
I get what you
complain
mean.
that's when I get a little irritated.
Yeah, sure. If someone was saying like you're talking about, saying like, I don't know why my videos are not doing better, and I'm like, I'm trying to get more subscribers, but I don't know why it's not working. Then in that case, yeah, then obviously like they just told you what they want. They want to grow their channel, and then in that case, I think that's pretty much the equivalent of looking, like asking, you know, reaching out for advice or just reaching out for feedback to try to help their content, right?
Yeah.
If they said something like that and then you came back at them with some feedback, you know, constructive criticism, they can't really get mad about that.
No, not at all.
As long as it's constructive criticism, and I have no reason to believe that your criticism for them would have been anything other than just like well thought out, like constructive criticism, whether it was actually like the best advice or like something that I would agree with would work for that particular channel. I don't know, but you know, I'm sure it was in good faith, and for anyone to get mad about that, I think is probably wrong. But
yeah, all the time, because it's like,
yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
it can be frustrating. I can understand that.
No, because there's so many people that I've seen that like either had like lower sub count than me, and they just blew up. Like Otaku Builder, like for a good year and a half, I had I had a larger sub count than him, but like I kept sharing his videos, and I was like, man, I was like, y'all need to watch this dude. He's fucking amazing. And sure enough, he's blowing up. You know, he's got well over, I think, 25,000 subscribers. And it's like, I'm not in the business to try and, you know, sabotage or a popularity contest. You know, I've always done what I've loved to do, and even though some of it's like super cringy, actually majority of it is like super cringy, I like it like that. Even the Kamen Rider, you know, my Kamen Rider videos are probably the lowest viewed videos on my channel, but fuck, do I love producing them.
I watched that recent one you put out.
Oh, I appreciate it, man.
That belt review.
Yeah.
I think I watched like the first half, and the second half where it was like the more serious kind of review of that, I think I skipped through. But like the skip part, at least in the beginning, I watched that.
So what would you recommend for that? Because I was thinking about just not even doing the actual review and just leave it a skit video by itself.
Yeah. Because yeah, honestly, like I was a little bit thrown off when it switched from the skit, because I thought you were gonna like I didn't expect that you were gonna actually do like a actual review. I just thought that it was just gonna be a skit. So, like when it switched to the actual review, it was a little bit jarring.
Okay.
I think, but yeah, I mean, I don't know how you would do it, but in order to like work some sort of review into the skit, and I don't know about that. I don't know about the audience, the fan base for that kind of stuff.
I have no fan base.
I couldn't really give you good advice on that. Huh?
Well, I'll take that back. So I do have a small fan base. Like people who watch the video, the comments are all 100% positive. There's no one telling me, oh, it's pronounced Babatos. Like I don't have those kind of comments. It's all pretty much positive vibes. But it's like Kamen Rider is such a niche franchise. Like it's super small, and especially hidden in the West. My majority audience is United States, so of course I'm not going to be hitting a good demographic with it being advertised over there. It would have to be like Japanese. You know, those are primarily the people that absorb that content. But I will say oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was saying like I didn't have fun doing the review for the belt and the actual figure. I had no fun with it. It felt more like an obligation that I just had to like do it. But the fucking skit itself, I knew it was cringy from the moment I fucking pressed record. I'm like, this is some cringy fucking shit. But what's funny is a lot of my Marines follow it, and I had no idea they did. I didn't know they followed my channel. But they said they loved the Kamen Rider review, even though they have no fucking clue what Kamen Rider is. So I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'll just I just bite the bullet and I stick with it. You know, it's cringe, but it's an actual narrative that I'm pulling off that is fucking stupid, but I don't know, man. I love it.
I would say that, like, you know, I have no way of knowing this for certain, but I would say probably what the current state would be was that you probably haven't done enough Kamen Rider content yet, and you've done a lot of most of your content has been not Kamen Rider stuff, so like the people watching that video, you're probably not getting the real super hardcore Kamen Rider fan base is probably not finding your channel yet. So man, like those people who are saying like you were getting like a lot of positive comments, that's probably from the Gundam fans who are watching your channel who are also like fans of Kamen Rider. So I think probably if you stick with that, if you do more of it, you'll start to break through, you know, into like the Kamen Rider fan base. I think you're probably likely not like actually breaking into the Kamen Rider fan base yet, I would imagine.
That's true.
So I think there's probably a much more audience to be gained with that content once you break into that community. I think some more, probably. But I don't know anything about the community, so I really couldn't say for certain.
I'm gonna be real. I don't even know shit about the community because the community is fucking all over the place. Mostly from like Singapore and Indonesia, but there's not really much of a Western audience community. If there is, I have no fucking clue where they are.
The other thing too, just about the skits, is what I would think. I mean, it's not really for me, so like I'll probably watch them from time to time, but it's not gonna be like my ideal content. So you know, just take this with a grain of salt. But for me, if I had to give any advice on that, I would say just to improve the production value. And you had like the kind of like 3D sketch, but I think like going out, because like it seemed like the majority of it was just like filmed in your room.
Yeah,
so I think, you know, just getting out into like with more space and having like some other actor, whether it be your friend or your wife, doing something or something like that, you need more than just you.
Yeah, I agree.
And hamming it up more. I think you need to, like, you were saying the lines and stuff, but I think you need to act more weird.
More weird.
You know what I mean? Your face is just still too serious. I'm not like getting that really, especially for like some like Kamen Rider, for how goofy that shit is.
Yeah.
You need to get more goofy with that. Like I need to see some like real like crazy facial expressions and stuff off you to like really sell it.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does, because I just finished Kabuto, and the main character, he's pretty serious, but like the side characters are so off the wall, like unrealistic people. So I think yeah, that's the route I need to take it.
Yeah.
But COVID just fucks everything up because the military has a lot of restrictions. Yeah. Some of it has been lifted, but for the most part, you couldn't go outside without a mask on. So if I filmed, I had to have a mask on, which would definitely suck ass. And even now, like, you still have to have a mask on when you go outside. But I think if you're outside of 6 feet within people, then you can take off your mask. But if I have like an actual production crew with me, then I would probably need the mask on. But yeah, I think there's, because the first video I put out, it was before COVID, and that one was actually at a park, so the whole thing was filmed outside.
Yeah, I was gonna say, couldn't you go to like a park or something?
Yeah, but like a lot of these parks, well, yeah, I can. The only thing is, like, I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm still a little shy about filming in public with this kind of like topic.
Yeah, I could understand that. Yeah, I think that would be helped a lot too if you're not by yourself. Like if you're just by yourself, setting up a tripod and doing a bunch of goofy shit in front of the tripod out in public, obviously, yeah, it's gonna be really awkward. But if you're with other people and it looks like, you know, like you're doing something with your friends, you know, definitely it would take off, you know, that edge. Yeah, for sure.
I actually need to make some friends, man. Like, because all my friends, they're like super serious old boomers. So like, they're not gonna do that shit. They're just like they're the kind of people that want to go to a bar and just sit and have a cigar and talk about fucking politics. And like most of the nerd friends I have, they don't want to do anything Kamen Rider related. They're like, nah, man, that ain't me. So I'm in between a rock and a hard place at the moment.
If you can at least, I mean, if you can't convince anyone to actually be involved in the skit, to at least just go with you, like I said, just to at least have other people around you, I think it might help to make it a little bit more comfortable. Someone who can like laugh at you there on the spot to kind of break the ice,
You know who laughs at me? My fucking wife. She put on my video and she borderline laughed in my face hysterically. Yeah, and it hurt.
So. Yeah. Not really surprised by that. I can imagine.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Did your wife kind of like do the same thing, like watch your videos and like commentate?
I've never really done a lot of like skit type videos or anything like that. When I did the
lobster one.
Yeah, the lobster one. She laughed, kind of like she thought it was really goofy. And like she knew the source material. I had shown her the H3H3 video ahead of time. Yeah. That was like the inspiration for that. The Sea Monsters video. So she knew like what it was based off of. And yeah, but she thought it was weird, but yeah. She wasn't like laughing at me thinking like I was an idiot. She just thought it was weird, which it was weird. That was the whole point. So
yeah.
I don't know.
What do you call it? Mud bank or whatever?
Mukbang? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here in Korea anyway, and I know like a lot of probably foreign, like non-Korean channels probably also use the term mukbang, but with all sorts of horrible pronunciations, I'm sure. But just the H3 video was just so good. The Sea Monsters video. It was like one of the last ones that they've made, kind of that style video, right? Reaction video.
Really? H3H3?
I think it was.
I'm
sure they've made a couple after that.
I don't remember one of the last anything. Ones. Yeah, because the last stuff he's been doing has been like the whole Keemstar, conflict and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, but before that, I think it was one of the last reaction style videos like that had to have been the Sea Monsters video.
Okay.
But
he's been
not important,
doing more drama reaction stuff,
which are also pretty good. I do enjoy. I liked the Everybody Loves Ethan.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah, that was good. Just because, I like the guy. I know, like, just from the videos, you can only know a person so much, but I feel like for the people online, like, trying to make him or like anyone else, like, trying to make them out as to someone that, like, if you watch a bunch of their content, like, like, it's not like a bad guy who's like out to like steal people's money and stuff like that, like some people like try to make him out to be.
Yeah.
But
it's like
I don't know how anyone who's like watched a bunch of H3H3 videos can like hate Ethan, unless it's like not the comedy you're into. But like if you love a bunch of their old videos, how you could then like think that he's like some sort of like terrible person.
Yeah, like he's done so much good for just people in general with like he did like a month-long $500 a day kind of thing during the COVID.
Yeah.
But not just that, he does a lot of charity work, and he donates a lot of money that would usually be like revenue from somewhere else. But I think it's because they see him do a bunch of ads, and they're like, "Oh, he's doing ads. What a sellout!" But it's like, hey, man, YouTube's not the same, and we kind of need ads at this moment to really make a living.
Yeah.
Or not ads, but the sponsors.
Anyone complaining about or like making an issue of content creators trying to make money is just dumb.
Yeah. I remember seeing that back in like 2012-ish or 2013. People would do like ads or they do sponsor reads, and they're like, "Oh man, this dude's a sellout," and it's like, I mean, you watch TV, don't you? It's the same thing. Like those TV shows have ads. It's just obviously not the TV show saying the ads. In Japan, though, Japan says it. Like if I'm watching Kamen Rider in Japan, they're like, "Hey, this is brought to you by Tomitech or freaking Takara Tomy, whatever."
I mean, I just want to add a caveat to what I was just saying, is that, you know, like, there are certain, I mean, I'm sure not certain, but plenty of content creators who, like, do, like, are in search for money in the wrong way. I mean, like, I don't know, because it's not the kind of content that I watch, but I don't know, like, Rice Gum or, like, these sort of, like, channels like that.
Yeah.
Who, like, are put too much focus into like just trying to make money off of the thing and really don't care about making like quality content. But for like creators who like you can tell like genuinely want to make good content, like really care about their community and stuff like that, and then are also trying to make a living off of it, like you can't get mad at them for wanting to do that. Reading ads, sometimes like reading ads, like Cinnamon Toast Ken is a channel that I only just kind of recently started watching a little bit. And like usually when he does like the videos, do you watch his channel at all?
I have never heard of him.
Oh really?
Okay.
Then anyway, he when he does the videos just by himself, like a lot of times of the videos that I've seen, I think he does like gaming streaming as well too, but I've never watched it. But like the kind of meme, he does like PewDiePie similar type of videos, meme review kind of video stuff like that.
Is that the guy that was doing the Among Us in PewDiePie's videos? I heard Toast being mentioned.
Maybe, yeah. If it's a recent thing, I don't know.
Okay.
Possibly, yeah. Cinnamon Toast Ken. He's a bigger guy with a beard, glasses usually. Not always with a beard, I guess, anyway, either. But anyway, my point is, like, sometimes, like, him and other people, when they're doing, like, their videos by themselves, and they have to just, like, stop the video in the middle to talk about some fucking razor or something like that. It's completely unrelated. Yeah, it's annoying. But, yeah, like you said, it's not any different from, like, having to watch a commercial on TV or whatever. I'm not gonna take the time out of my day to then go to the comment section, like, why did I have to sit through this ad in the middle of this video? I just wanted to watch this video and I didn't care to see this stupid ad about a razor. Like, I don't care that much about that.
Yeah. It's usually not even longer than like a minute at most. Sometimes just like 10 or 15 seconds and you suck it up.
You can very easily just skip through it, right?
Yeah. I did one time with my sponsor, I made it fun. Like I did a skit, and it's usually like kind of poking fun at the Gundam community, like, you know, like a Gundam fan, like, where do I buy Gundams? And it's like, hey, you idiot, like it's Google, you know. But now like kind of, you know, plug it in. That's usually like a fun way to do it, but it's like only so many skits I can really think of per, you know, review. But I've seen plenty of people like, you ever watch? I think it's called Robot City.
Doesn't ring a bell.
He's pretty good. When he does his like sponsor plugins, it's relative to the actual content that he's doing. So some people they'll plug in like what's honey.com or whatever. They'll just randomly plug it in. It has nothing to do with the content, but he'll actually plug it in when it's necessary to the topic at hand. And it's like, oh, that's actually pretty clever. But yeah, I think the only one that's like pretty jarring, I think most people agree with, is like Mecha Guy Kotsu doing the Raid Shadow Legends sponsor. It's like, I respect the game. I like not the game Shadow Legends, but I respect the game of like trying to get sponsors and getting paid. But at the same time, it's like, dude, man, you're a Gundam channel. Like, what does Raid Shadow Legends have anything to do with the content you put out?
Yeah. The more unrelated it is, the more jarring it is.
Yeah, it's like it
It's
makes me
just
more
something not even
disconnected with
close
this
to
with
what
this
the
stuff.
content is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, how did this partnership even come about? It's like
they contacted
got a
him,
message.
obviously.
Yeah, right. But I got a message recently from some company that they said like they were interested in some kind of partnership or whatever, and I knew straight away it was one of those where like they don't know anything about my content. Actually, there's something they're sending out. They probably set like some threshold, like any like they just fished a bunch of channels that are like over 100,000 subscribers or something like that, and just sent out a bunch of emails. So sometimes in that case, I'll ask them like, I'll be like, oh, like, are you familiar with my content? Like, do you know what kind of content I make? But this one was for like some like wallet clip kind of thing.
Oh yeah,
something totally unrelated. And I was just like, dude, this is not related in any way to the content I make. No, I'm not interested in like doing a review of your like high-tech wallet money clip. Sorry.
Yeah.
It actually looked kind of cool too, to be honest, but I was just not interested in doing that. So.
There's one I almost bid on it. I was like, this is fucking tempting as shit. I got offered. It wasn't by Adam and Eve, but it was a random company that did pocket pussies. I was so tempted. I was like, oh my god, the ideas. And I looked at my demographic. I'm like, all right, most of my people are easily 18 years and older, so I'm like, it'll work. I think my demographic of 18 and under is like 3%. I'm like, all right, so I ain't got little kids on my channel. It's pretty relative, and my male demographic is like 96%. I'm like, all right, cool. Most of males are gonna relate to this shit. And I was like, oh man, how can I relate pocket pussy to Gundam? I was like, there's an idea floating around there, but I was like, it's probably one of those like fake spam people trying to get your information. So I had to bail. But I was like, hey, if any sponsor is watching this live stream and you have a store full of pocket pussies, hey, I'm pretty much about that. Let me know. Holla at me. But yeah, that was probably the wildest one I've had.
I've never seen anything for anything like that. No. Someone said in the chat their first name, last name said Ridgewell. I think that's what it was. Ridgewell. That sounds familiar.
For you, yeah.
What I was talking about, but that's pretty wild. Yeah, I've never had anything quite like that.
Yeah, I've gotten the most like degenerate style of sponsors. Like someone wanted to do body pillows, and most of the body pillows were like naked chicks and shit. That one was kind of tempting because I was like, oh, like maybe they have a Gundam one, and they had a wound wart body pillow, and I was like, oh, I can probably use that, but I bailed on the idea. I was like,
a wound wart?
Yeah, there was a wound wart dual-sided body pillow. The one is just like a normal wound wart kind of pose, but that one had like an actual like metal pussy. I don't know what wound wart would have, but it was like metal pussy, metal tits. I was like, oh man. I was like, I can do something with this, but I think I'm gonna wait until I'm out of the military.
Rule 34 version of Wound War.
Yeah, it was obviously a fan art of it, but I was like, man, like I was thinking about filming myself in the bed and waking up with Wound Ward and Steve busting in and like, what the fuck you doing with my body pillow? I'm like, get out of here, Steve. This is between me and Wound Ward. But that's an abandoned idea.
Very strange.
I don't need this like talking down to from you, Zach. You're the one you're the one that should relate to me, because I get this from like all the Marines, my boss and everyone else. They say the same thing, like, you're weird, you're with the straightest face.
No, not that. No, that's not what I mean. I just mean I was just thinking that Wound War in the book is a male, like, General Rabbit. He's like the antagonist.
No, it's about like the robot. Isn't the robot Wound War?
Yeah, I know, but it's I was just thinking it's kind of weird that the robot, the Gundam, is so feminine, and like that kind of thing would exist. Actually, the source material, the name of the Wound War comes from the book, and General Woundwort was like a bad guy of the book.
Oh yeah, I don't know anything about.
Not similar. Yeah, it's not similar to the Gundam design at all.
I guess it would make more sense if it was Exia, because isn't Exia a feminine design? But it's like kind of, I don't know. I think Sessin would probably fuck the shit out of Exia. I mean, that's kind of like, that's based in lore right there. You can't deny lore. If he says I am Gundam, that means he's penetrated Gundam. You can't deny it, Zach. These are hard facts that we're facing right now.
I mean, maybe. I mean, that's kind of like what you're talking about of like wanting a big girl. I mean, that's a pretty big girl.
What, Exia?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, physically, yeah, but it wouldn't be logically.
20 with a 18-meter tall girl. I mean,
yeah. Yeah, fuck it. I'll let Exia bang me. I don't give a shit.
That's. I mean,
I'm just saying, Zach. I go to the gym like at minimum 4 times a week, and I see some big ass chicks there. I see some big ass Asian chicks too, which is very jarring, to be honest. And I'm like, you know what? That tan skin, she probably has at least a 4-pack, but probably a 6-pack. Her biceps are looking fucking pulsating, thick ass thighs. I would want her to wrap her thighs around my neck and just like do a soft choke, just to know that she is in charge. After that, you know, kind of tone it down, but then rev it up. I'm just saying. Don't judge me, Zach. Hey, Zach, don't.
I don't know.
Don't fetish shame me. I'm gonna feel insecure if you fetish shame me. I have my thing. I have my thing, Zach. It never happened, but I'm deprived. I'm just deprived of my little fetish. Well, I got anime, and that's all I got.
I'm glad you have your thing.
Thank you, Zach. I won't put you on the spot and ask you about your thing. I'm not gonna do that to you, man.
I don't know if I necessarily needed to know that much about your thing, but
there's a lot more.
If you wanted to share that, if you felt you wanted to share that, then that's fine.
Oh man, that's so much more. Yeah, that's not even the worst though. I won't go into in depth on the chaos that is, you know, my mind, but it's just there's so many fetishes out there, Zach.
I know you're living in Japan.
No, this is before Japan.
With your mind.
I identified most of my fetishes probably in Afghanistan, to be honest. Because when you're laying the rack in a 10-man tent with a bunch of dudes who are just sexually deprived, you're bouncing ideas off the wall. That's what you're doing. You're like, you know, we all haven't had sex in like 7 months. So we're like, hey man, what's your thing right now? He's like, man, I'm into grandmas. Like, he's like, I'm not even gonna lie. Just it has to be at minimum 50 years old, and we need to know that your, you know, grandchildren, you know, that you're actively engaged in their life. That's my fetish. I'm like, oh shit, that's pretty damn wild. We asked my boy over here, Mr. Hauser. Hey Hauser, what's your thing? He's like, look, I'm not even gonna lie, bro. It's just straight up anime chicks. I'm like, hey, that's fucking wild, bro. I love the Blue Girl, Bible Black. That's my shit too, man. So, I mean, we all got our little fetishes. It is what it is.
No doubt.
Don't worry, Zach. We're gonna find yours one day. Whether you found it or not, we're gonna find it. We're gonna find it together.
All right.
Wait until COVID, the whole like COVID shit starts lifting. I'm telling you, we need to hang out. I've been to Seoul. I've been to Busan, Osan. I've been to Camp Mujuk. I know the innards. I know the hot spots. We're gonna go there.
Okay.
Yep. If you want, you can come over here. Either way, it's gonna be an adventure.
Yeah, that's probably more likely. I'm feeling to go back to Japan.
Dude, fucking come over. Like, I'm telling you, we are going to go out. I know Japan, Zach. I know Japan. We're gonna go to Shibuya, right? Yeah. That's the starting point. We gotta go to Shibuya. from there. You don't go to Shibuya?
I immediately don't trust your knowledge of Japan.
What?
You say
Shibuya is the spot.
Why?
Because there's these... Okay, if you go down the alleyway, when you get off the train, you go about 4 blocks up north. You take a left past the Taco Bell. Yes, I said a Taco Bell. There's a Taco Bell in Shibuya. You take a left over there, you go down, and there's going to be a spot that's an underground club. In this underground club, my lad, anything happens. Anything. I've seen a goat.
Well,
I'm just throwing it out there.
The only
but
time
also,
yeah. The only time that I've ever been out in Shibuya was I don't remember if we went there with the intention of meeting up. You know Tikyo Sam? I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. I think I went there with some other people, but we ran into him there. And after I don't really watch his videos anymore. I definitely hadn't been watching his videos at the time. But I had seen a lot of his videos in the past. And meeting him and that space there, I just kind of made that association. I was like, I know why this guy hangs out here, and I get this area, and it's not for me.
It's like a shady thing. For me.
You know his content, right? You know what Tikyo Sam, you know what I'm talking about.
Let me do a quick research, because he's a Japanese dude, right?
No.
Oh,
he's an American guy that's been living in Japan
no
forever. He's
the TK kind of sound familiar.
15 or 20 years now, something.
Oh, okay.
And he's this big fat guy with dyed bleach blonde hair who just looks like the total slob, to be honest. No. Sorry. But yeah, he's made over the course of his life, he's made some kind of interesting Japan related content on YouTube. But the dude is just ridiculous. He's a ridiculous person.
Now when
someone in the
out,
chat, you guys have to know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, there's probably someone in the chat that knows him. Now, for context, I don't go out and I don't make a buffoon of myself. I'm not going out there and being a general generic American and boasting and all that shit. I go out there and I just have a great time. Sometimes it gets a little bit wild, but it's pretty tame for the most part. But it depends on the region.
I don't want to go with you there.
Oh no, man, Zach, we're gonna have a great time. We're not doing anything illegal. We're gonna be faithful, wholesome Christian men out there. But I'm just saying,
I definitely don't want to go with you there then.
Oh, you're not trying to be a Christian man? You trying to sin?
I'm not a Christian man.
You trying to sin in front of the God?
I'm not a Christian man.
No. I mean, neither am I, but I mean, hey, through God all things are possible, as the good book says.
What's this? Someone said, big guy wearing schoolgirl dress with pigtails. I don't know if I've ever seen that, but I wouldn't doubt it.
That's fucking that's not Baby. No, what's his fucking name? He has he sings music. He's an Australian. I know who they're talking about.
Yeah,
I forgot the dude's name. Baby Metal or something? No, it's not Baby Metal.
No, that's the actual band.
Yeah.
It's Baby Metal, which I think he's done a song with before too. But it's that guy. We all know who we're talking about. That guy. Yeah. That guy's ridiculous too. But
I would do that if I would. Oh, Lady Beard. There it is.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. But he's been well successful. He's been on Japanese TV a bunch.
Yeah.
And, a lot of stuff.
Well, I'll be right back. 1 second. We'll go with this.
I mean, good on him. But seriously, those of you guys watching, you don't know Tikyo Sam? If you watch any Japanese vloggers or should say vloggers in Japan, J vloggers, right? Then you've got to know Tikyo. I think that Tikyo Sam was his original channel. Maybe it's just I think Tokyo Sam 2, I think, is his new channel. Really? Nobody? Really? Oops. He's got to still be on. He's got to still be on YouTube. Well, I thought his new channel was just like Tokyo Sam 2. Faraz, I saw a video or two sometime back. Oh yeah. I'd seen like some videos too. I don't know. I'll wait till Crow gets back to talk more about this, but the dude is so ridiculous. I don't know how he still exists just in life or in Japan, but man.
Is chat saying shit?
Yeah, no, I don't know. There's Arian Wong said he knows him apparently. Yes, he's still there. But this dude, I'd seen some videos too, because like he's been on YouTube forever. Like I said, it's gotta be like 15 years or something. But I don't watch his content all the time. It's like every so often, like every couple of years or something, maybe I've been like check back and like watch a video or two, just like see what's going on. But like I'd seen there was a certain point in time when like he went and like spent a month back in the US, and he was like living in a house like with some like porn models or something. It was so weird. And I know he's worked, like, not acted as far as I know. I could be wrong about this. Like I said, I don't follow his content that closely, but as far as I know, he's never acted in any Japanese porn, but I know he's worked in the Japanese porn industry as like a translator or something.
What the fuck you translate? Like just
doing like the English subtitles or something. I don't know. For like Japanese manga maybe, or like actual video. I don't know. Yeah, he's done a lot of different kinds of work because like he speaks Japanese.
Okay. Now I'm looking
really
at the thumbnails.
And like he always talks about. He's always talking about, and it's always like kind of like in jest, kind of like talking about like smoking weed.
Yeah.
And like I know, like he like ends a lot of his videos like saying like the Snoop Dogg line or something, like smoke weed every day, something like that. I don't know if he actually does or not. Like he does kind of look like maybe he does, and like I know you definitely can a lot in Japan. So, and he's in Tokyo, so he definitely could if he wanted to. But I don't know. He kind of strikes me as like equal parts a guy who wouldn't and a guy who would. So I don't know if he really does or not. I've never seen him, as far as I know, do it on camera.
He does not like the person that would actually be on film. That's a big dude. Pretty big guy.
He's such a conundrum, and I always see him like with girls and stuff all the time too. I think he just has like that kind of personality that he's somehow like good at picking up girls, but like the dude is so ridiculous. I don't know how he picks up girls at all, but
it's probably like that one porn actor. It's like Ron Jeremy. Kind of same thing.
Yeah.
Totally unattractive
I
dude, even
that.
in the 70s, but fucking gas chicks.
Yeah.
I'll definitely have to watch his stuff because the thumbnails alone look pretty interesting.
Yeah. I would at least Ron Jeremy had something going for him
Yeah.
downstairs. If I was a betting man, I would not make that same bet on our friend MechaZen here. But
yeah, he was on Japanese television.
Yeah, he was too. Yeah. I know he's been on TV a couple times, but not like Ladybeard. I think he's probably been on like a couple times on some like very random like late night show where he was on for like 5 seconds because he's a foreigner who can speak Japanese, but he doesn't have like that same kind of general appeal probably as someone like Ladybeard.
Yeah. Oh God fucking forbid I start learning more Japanese than what I know, and I ever get on live television. I'm going fucking. I'm ranting all fucking night. They're gonna kick me off. I'm gonna be banned from fucking live television.
Why?
I'll probably just talk more about how Gundam Age has been disrespected by Bandai and fucking TV Japan. Or Sunrise, I mean, sorry. Like, it's unjust. This dude has a video called Dating in Japan. Facts answers questions. Fuck off.
Yeah. Of course, dude. You can't be a J vlogger and not have like 15 of those videos. That's like the bread and butter of J vlogging videos, of making videos about dating and about like meeting someone in Japan. It's like, although weebs in America just eat that shit up, man.
That is true. He has another video called How to Get Laid as a Fat Guy. Yeah. He's probably one of those dudes that is like super fucking annoying to hang around with. Like just judging off the thumbnails.
He's exactly how he is in those videos. He was like that in real life. Exactly.
Oh, no shit.
He's not that kind of person who's like different in real life from how he acts in his videos. No, he was exactly like that. So like he's not playing it up for the videos. That's how he is. So
that makes sense.
I don't know. Yeah. Like I said, he's got some interesting content around him there. So like it's worth like watching some stuff, but he's quite a ridiculous person, yeah.
I mean, hey, he's probably doing it, because the views come in. If you have that very edgy thumbnail and very edgy title description.
Oh yeah, of course.
There's no way he's doing it just because it's fun. Like, it's probably because it gives him the attention he probably didn't have in high school.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at his video too, like his subs and like views are not like astronomical or anything.
No,
he's definitely not like a full-time YouTuber. Like I said, I know he does like other work and stuff like that too. So I don't know. He's just been there, existing on YouTube for such a long time. He was like one of the first like big J vloggers there. Like before him, as far as I know, I don't really know a lot about this, but there was what's the other guy? Tokyo Kevin? That's going way back. Any of you guys, anyone else watching know Tokyo Kevin? I think that's right. That's the name of the channel, right? Tokyo Kevin. Is that right? Oh no, Tokyo Kuni, that's what it is, sorry. His first name was Kevin Kuni. Tokyo Kuni. Yeah. I wonder if he's still in Japan. I wonder.
Yeah, so the most J vlogging I've done is probably that Pikachu and Hiroshima video. Other than that, I don't do shit.
Yeah. I wonder if it's as popular as it was in the past. I wonder if it kind of got a little oversaturated. And there's a lot more like Japanese people making YouTube videos with English subtitles on them, so there's not really. I mean, I'm sure there's still a point for foreigners to make videos, to make content there as well too. But I mean, like they're now also having to compete against the Japanese people who are there making quality videos as well too. I've seen this one.
Okay.
There's this one Japanese channel that I started following for a while, and I was watching their videos for a while, and I kind of fell out of it, but I don't remember the name of it. I have to go back and check. What were you saying?
I said I'm surprised you haven't collaborated with like Gundam Holic or any other bigger Korean channels.
You know, I'm friends with Gundam Lab.
Okay.
With Sungdong. So like I talk to him now and then, and like we've talked about doing some other collaborations and stuff. And especially recently, like a couple months ago, I guess, probably beginning of summer or something, we were talking about doing another collaboration or something sometimes soon. But the problem is COVID these days, so
oh yeah,
can't go. He's up in Seoul, and I'm not going to Seoul, so can't really do anything like together these days. But as like other content creators, I think like among the different Korean content creators, they don't work together a lot, very much. They don't do a lot of collaboration. It's not like a thing here, I don't think.
It seems like it's more of an American kind of style, because I mean mostly with like the vloggers, like they all collaborate. It's like it's one huge community. Like you'll see Jake Paul, and you know he's over in a whole different like subsection of vloggers. I was like, I don't even know they're fucking friends, but he's in their videos.
Yeah. Right.
Or even like tech. I see a lot of tech guys kind of collaborating every once in a while, or movie reviewers, like Nostalgia Critic collabs with Angry Video Game Nerd and all that shit.
Yeah. Gundam Holic, I don't know them. I think it's like kind of the one main guy you see on there mostly, but I think there's a couple of guys who like work on the channel.
Yeah. Just
I know there's email. I know there's Frosted Snow. People have suggested to me. People have suggested to me to talk to her about doing some collaboration or something like that. So maybe something, I don't know.
Just be careful, Icarus.
Why?
Like obviously, you're a wholesome dude, but it's just the perception of the internet. The internet sees you with another chick collaborating. It's, people fucking making stupid rumors.
I'm not worried about that. Everyone knows that she's married, and like her husband is in her videos all the time, and like.
I actually had no idea she was married.
So. Oh really? Her husband's like in her videos all the time.
Really? Oh.
She is. I don't know this for sure. Maybe someone else in the chat knows, but she's Chinese, I think, but her husband's Korean.
Oh, okay. I've only watched I think one video. Was she the one that did the Blue Frame Astray video?
Maybe. I've not watched a bunch of her content, to be honest.
Yeah,
just a couple videos.
Yeah, I've watched one, and I was like, oh, okay, it's interesting. But Abby, I don't know if you know Abby, who's a Japanese.
Yeah, I do. I know.
I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know her personally, but yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know her personally, but I know her a lot from the cosplaying. But look, chat, I hate to bring it to y'all. I simp for her, all right? I simp for Abby. She's the only content creator I know of that's a female that doesn't sell her body in order to bring in views, whether it's intentionally or unintentionally. She's very conservative. She's very knowledgeable on the Gundam art and just painting and the construction around the model. It's very wholesome.
Even though she also does cosplay, though. It's like she has a separate Instagram account I've seen that.
Yeah.
But she doesn't put any of that on her YouTube channel, I think, right? Again,
she
with
did
her too, I've only seen a handful of videos.
Many years ago, I think her channel was really about her cosplay, but she's really made it more about the Gundam stuff, which I love because I'm there to really just observe how her techniques are, because she does make some pretty damn good customs.
No, yeah, she's cool. Yeah, definitely. She's someone who I would like to collaborate with if I had the chance. I had some kind of idea for that. Probably it would be something in Japan.
Oh yeah, definitely.
On a future Japan trip, just doing shopping together video, something like that kind of thing, just to kind of hang out together, something like that.
I
don't know.
I don't know if my wife would sign off on that shit. She's like, you going out with who? It's like, oh man, like no man, baby, I love you. You're the one. You're my diamond in the rough. She's like, nah, bullshit. Who the hell you going with? Who that slut?
Nah, I think I'd be safe. So sad day for you, I guess.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. We'll go out, hang out without you.
Oh no.
Sorry. If you can get your permission slips signed on time, then you can join us. But
yeah. Well, if it's like any dude, like my wife's all about it, and I'll tell her, like, hey, I'm pretty much chill, hanging out. She's like, oh yeah, do your thing, baby. Slap my ass on the way out. But if I'm like, oh, I'm going out with this chick, she's just like fucking flipping chairs and throwing desks. Like, not in this house. Not in this Buddhist household. You ain't going with that hoe.
Something tells me that it's not exactly the way she talks, but
no. It's a hard no.
Yeah.
She's like, not this guy. Dade.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's funny though, because like the way I describe my wife to like my Marine coworkers, they all say the same thing. Like they're like, no fucking way that your Japanese wife speaks in that kind of manner. I'm like, no, but I'm like, that's the way I assume it.
Yeah.
I'm from New,
like the translation.
Yeah, it's like I'm from New Orleans. Like every chick sounds the same to me.
No.
I dated this one Mexican chick, like straight up Mexican, didn't speak any English, and I devoted my life to learn Spanish, which is pretty ironic because I am I'm actually Honduran, like I'm Hispanic because my dad, he's from Honduras, but I learned Spanish to talk to this chick, and fuck was she ghetto. And when I would explain how she would react to me, to my Marines back in Pendleton, they'd be like, "There's no fucking way she says that, like." She's straight Mexican, baby. I'm like, no, man, she's ghetto. Like, but like the way that she says it in Spanish is the ghetto Spanish. So it's like I try and translate it to the Louisiana, New Orleans, style of lingo. And they're like, nah, we don't believe him. I'm like, no, bullshit. And it's the same thing with Sachiko. She may be Japanese, but I know Japanese, slang. And she's like, huh? And like she does like that rolling R shit that Japanese do, like a Yakuza.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa, baby, back off. Like, hey, I'm here for you, baby. Like, you want me to give you?
Is she from Tokyo?
No, she's from Kobe. In Kobe women,
yeah.
I've dated women in Kobe before her.
Yeah.
They are hot-headed, to say the least. And not only are they hot-headed, they're high maintenance. Like her mom.
I can imagine. Yeah, I've never dated anyone from Kobe, but that totally makes sense. Checks out.
Like her mom in general. Like I swear to God, like her mom told me that she used to date Marines when she was younger. I was like, oh shit, this is starting to make a lot more sense right now. But her mom is like super wealthy, but I have no fucking clue how she's wealthy. I don't know where she gets her money. And like for my birthday, like she sent me like a total of like $500 worth of shit, like in both cash and materialistic items. She sent me like these other items separately, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like I can't keep up with this lifestyle. They're too rich for my blood. I just want to build a fucking robot. That's the extent. They over here want diamonds and leather coats. It's amazing though. It's a roller coaster.
I mean, not ever having met your wife or knowing that much about her, I can imagine.
Yeah. She's cool though. She lets me do what I want until like it sounds stupid. Then she's kind of like stepping in. Usually it's like, I don't know if you remember that time, like I kind of reached out to you and talked about trying to go to Korea, and we just kind of hang out for a little bit. I just want to get out of the house because I haven't left the United States for like I think it was like a year and a half, and I was like, I need to travel somewhere. And I told her, I was like, yeah, I'm thinking about going to Korea. She's like, what? Without me? without your unborn child. I'm like, oh no, here it is.
Yeah.
No, but it's fine.
You never
for
know.
Context,
that's the kind of thing. No, that's the kind of thing you never know. Or like, I think you have to catch them in the right mood.
Yeah.
You know, if you would have said that on a different day, she might have been like, "Oh yeah, that'd be fun." But you know, wrong day. Yeah. No, it's wrong.
For context, chat, I'm not mentally abused by my wife. Just I don't know if that's kind of what I'm relaying right now. But no, my wife's chill. My wife simps for me, so we're good.
Nice. That's the important thing.
Yeah.
No, in Japan though, what we gotta do is go to a maid cafe. So I've never been to one.
Oh, they're so boring, dude. All right, you want a story?
I reckon so, but just for the fact that I've never been to one, I would still want to go to one just for the sake of, so I can say I've been to one.
All right, we'll go to two in Osaka. I mean, if you go to Tokyo, it's too oversaturated and they're fucking trash. Like we're gonna fucking hang out. Those are probably a lot cooler to hang around with, but the maid cafes, man, those chicks are so fucking fake. They do the whole anime like kawaii bullshit. I'm not about it.
But yeah, I mean, like I'm certain I can totally expect what the experience is like, and I'm not gonna enjoy it, but just for the sake of like having tried it, and like I would have to, you know, you have to go in with the right attitude of knowing what you're in for. And yeah, I totally know to expect that they're acting like that, and it's just gonna be kind of more annoying than anything. But you just have to go and just have fun with it, I think.
Yeah.
It's kind of the only way.
I don't. There's probably like one good one somewhere.
Have you ever been? Well, yeah, I'm glad I mentioned that because it sounds like you're a real professional about maid cafes.
Okay.
Well, I know a couple in Osaka that are pretty good. This Butler one and everything.
So for context,
like you've been to all of them. You did like a maid cafe tour in Osaka or something.
All right. So before I met my wife, my beautiful, sanctioned, God-fearing wife, I was a whore, you know, in plain form. But that was because, you know, growing up in the Marine Corps for X amount of years, it's just like all I ever knew was just you bounce around, you do your thing. So in Japan, when I first came to, Japan, I immediately traveled. I went everywhere I could. And I had adventure of a lifetime after adventure of a lifetime. I basically did the real life One Piece. If you ever watched One Piece, that was me. I was basically Sanji out here in Japan. So it was an adventure and a half. But then Sachiko, found me and then tied me down, and here I am today. But that doesn't mean I've lost the experience. I know where to go. I know what to do. And I know, Zach, you're married. I'm married. We can't do the wild ride as we once could, but god damn it, we could at least get near that line. We can get to the Grand Blue, but not cross the Grand Blue.
We can go to Kabakura.
Yeah.
No, I think like going to Kabakura would annoy me more than a maid cafe. Don't, like you're talking about how like it's just like the fakeness of it.
Yeah, super fake.
Would bother me a lot more because like I think in a maid cafe, I don't know. I think like just thinking about the situation of the women there, like I don't know, it would bother me more. I'm sure going to Kabakura.
Yeah,
I've never been, but
that's true. I've been to kind of something related to that over in Korea.
In Korea?
Yeah, it's not actually like that close to related, but Korea has some shit, man.
Say no more, champ.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Japan has like 15 levels of shit. Korea has like 2.
Yeah. But
so
I would say Korea
is a bar.
Yeah. No, this wasn't a bar. This was like,
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the other thing.
yeah.
That's kind of all they have here.
But look, okay, so remember how I told you about
I've
my fetish with
heard-
strong women?
Uh,
So there was a strong
yeah.
Obachan in Korea.
how could I forget?
But no,
Okay.
so like me and my buddies, we went to this one place. It was a place, and they all abandoned me because they were laughing because some old ladies came out, right? But I was trapped because I was laughing so hard, I fell on the ground, and the old lady grabbed my leg and tried to pull me into their goddamn lair. I'm not bullshitting y'all. Like, chat, y'all know me. I'm not a liar. But I was getting dragged, and she was a strong Obachan. I swear to God, she was in her 50s. But she was fucking powerful. I only weighed about a buck 45, so I wasn't really that heavy at the time. But I was laughing so hard, I had no energy to muster my way out of the goddamn succubus's lair. Eventually, her grip was loose. I managed to leave. But yeah, like how we talked about, there's some strong Obachans in those fucking layers, and they run the game.
Yeah, I don't know. What I would imagine is that that's probably not the actual like worker, but
No, she's not.
it's like the bouncer, kind of like, you know.
Oh, she had to been. She was fucking powerful. She was like a final boss
Not
of that goddamn place.
bouncer is not like the gatekeeper, as it were.
Oh man, no, I felt like she was
Probably
both the
what
bouncer and
she
the
was.
fucking the financial manager.
Yeah,
She's like-
basically.
She's like,
Yeah.
you come here, you red-blooded American boy. Like, no, I'm a Christian.
That's a pretty odd experience, though, because everything that I know is that they don't really like foreigners. So I don't know where was that, Busan?
No, that was camp close to Camp Mujuk.
Oh,
There's
maybe
also
if it's like a place like near a military camp, maybe it's a different story. But
yeah. I mean, this was also
Everything
close
that
to
I
a
know is-
windowed area. I'm not gonna say any further, but it was close to a windowed alleyway. I don't know.
well, yeah, I know exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're
It
talking
was in.
about.
It was, yeah, it was like you go in the middle of the windowed alleyway. You hang a fucking right. You keep going down. You turn on the left, and you look at where a cat is sitting next to a flower bed. That's where you go.
Well, I don't really get that.
You don't. I mean,
That's
don't go
literal, or
there.
if that's some sort of.
If you're in Korea, don't go there.
Anyway,
Fucking danger zone. But I
must have
abandoned
been
that life.
a place where it must have been a place where a lot of military guys go,
Yeah,
and
predominantly.
they depend on military business, because otherwise, as far as I know, they typically don't like foreigners. But
So far, like
I don't
like,
know
so,
a whole lot about that. That's very limited experience, I'll just say.
Oh, okay. So that
what
that
is that,
particular
anecdotal?
experience, yeah, that experience is really only Korea, but like my Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, Japan experience is pretty much like raw talent, if I should say.
Have you been to a soap land in Japan?
No,
That
No.
would be kind of weird. I don't know.
I've heard
Like,
about it. I've heard the
fun or
stories.
not? Do you think it would be like actually fun, or like just kind of dumb?
Oh,
I
I'm
don't
all
know.
about it. I'll give her a soapy. I don't give a shit. I suck toes. I mean, it is what it is, baby. We're in the bath. All hands off the steering wheel. We're free riding. Jesus holding it.
It's just like I don't know. Like I don't know. Something about an air mattress just doesn't seem like fun. I just like have this association with the air mattress being like the most uncomfortable, like annoying thing.
Yeah.
Like in the
That's
world.
how
It's
it
like
is.
a nightmare being on an air mattress.
I never heard about the air mattress. Like when I was in Malaysia, we basically had like a lot of different clubs that we go to, and we had this one club we went to, and we brought some girls back to the hotel, and it was like the first thing they did was like, hey, we gotta take a shower. And I guess like I kind of got the soapy experience because she washed me, But yeah, there was no air matches involved. Like, it was just, it was pure game.
Yeah, that sounds different from Japanese soap blend. Definitely.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my money goes
From what I
towards
know,
Gunpla. I'm a wholesome person now.
That's true. It's expensive. That's an expensive life to live.
But is it really?
Mm-hmm.
Is it really?
Well, depends on your standards, I guess.
True.
Hang on.
Yep. All right, Chad. I gotta disclose some stuff to y'all. I'm a wholesome goddamn Christian, right? That's the facts. When we walk away from this chat together, y'all understand. Both me and Zach, we're Christians. Maybe Zach's not a Christian, but we're wholesome. We do wholesome things, like build models. Oh man, everyone's blowing up my phone. But how y'all doing? How y'all doing today? What's going on, Hida? I'm a wholesome person, not buy more Skype tunes. Goro, he's ratting me out right now. Goro's kind of sus. Yeah, I'm a born again. That's exactly what I am. I dip my head in the waters. Putting Zach to the. I'm not trying to do that to Zach. I'm trying to make sure Zach isn't, saying or doing anything bad on my channel, man. I'm not trying to get Zach. But I mean, hey, conversation's conversation, baby. Go to Korea for the food, really. Yeah, Korean food's fucking delicious. American made, man. Come to Brazil, you too. Dude, I'll go anywhere if someone pays for it. I think the only place I would actually pay out of pocket, I would definitely go back to Thailand. Thailand was probably the most fun I've ever had in my entire life. The maid cafes are too much. They took out the stream. Oh yeah, the stream did crash for a second. My bad. I think it's like when the stream goes on for so long, it just dies. But it's all right. Blink twice if you need help. The chat asked, the chat said, blink twice if you need help.
Are you frozen? Is your video frozen?
It is?
No, I don't think so. It's not.
Okay.
It is for me on Discord. Yeah.
Oh.
But I can see on YouTube it's not, so whatever.
That's weird. You want me to disconnect my video and reappear?
No, it's fine.
Nope.
It's okay.
Okay. You just hear me as a voice then. But yeah.
Let's see. For us, Zach is going to be the best of friends after this, or dodge your calls like a ghost. Dude. I don't dodge people's calls.
I don't even call you like that.
But
I try to respect people, man. I don't like to bother people with needless questions and all that shit.
Hang on a second, sorry.
Yeah, you good.
Message I need to check out here.
Hasbro just revealed some new Transformer toys, Beast Wars stuff. Yeah, Mr. Wong, we covered that in Discord. I'm probably gonna get Megatron, but I'm not gonna get Cheetor. I'll get Rat Trap though. Rat Trap's looking pretty good. Not gonna lie, Trev and I are annoying with our questions. Oh, to each other? I know my wife. Oh, I don't know how your wife is, Zach. But my wife will ask the same fucking question 5 times in a day, and I'll give her the five same answers. So she'll be like, "You want pizza today?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good with pizza." 5 minutes later, you want pizza? I'm like, yeah, baby. I'm 1% good with pizza. Fucking an hour later, hey, we're still on for pizza? We're ready to throw my goddamn model kit across the room.
No, that doesn't happen. It's more like my wife will ask me something, then I'll forget she asked me, and then I'll say something about it later, and she's like, I asked you that earlier.
Oh, so you're the one in the relationship.
Yeah. I'm the forgetful one, surely. No.
All right, man.
I wanted to ask you, do you get like when you do different like Megami Device or Frameworks Girl, whatever, those type of kit reviews, do you ever notice that people saying like complaining about like saying something like, why are you a grown man playing with a like little girl?
Yeah.
Get something like, wow, I really don't like this lolly content and stuff like that. Do you get that kind of stuff? People like trying to make it as like some sort of like sexual thing that they're against.
I think I had it one time, and I put them in their place. So I want to assume that people know if they comment shit like that on my channel, I will try to physically find their IP address and I'll punch them straight in their urethra. So I think that's what's been deflecting those type of comments on my channel. Because especially on Facebook, people know that I absolutely hate assumptions of truth. You don't assume. Yeah. And you don't ask questions that allude to a truth to persuade a narrative. I absolutely hate that. Okay. So if people on my channel think to ever say that on my next Megami Device kit, it could be like a legit looking like 10-year-old model kit thing or whatever. Like I'll show it on screen. This bitch, I don't know what she is because I haven't played the game. Like cockroach killers or something like that, right? They kill cockroaches. But yeah, she looks like she's like 10 years old or whatever. But I think it's cool because in the video game she kills cockroaches. She's like a robot that is only for bug extermination. I was like, oh, that's pretty fucking legit. And she looks like that chick from Kamen Rider 01. But if someone was like, hey, why are you touching a toy that looks like she's like 10 years old? I'm like, bitch, I know where you live right now. I have your full address. I'm going to come throat punch you right now. And that should essentially eliminate the rest of the comments. I'll fucking bench press them. I'll do it.
All right. Yeah, I just think it's really weird.
Sounds like, oh fuck, what am I getting into?
No, I just don't get it. It's the same thing that goes back to like we were saying before. I don't know why people have, or how people have time to even care to leave a comment like that. But I've talked to Lincoln a little bit about this too. I probably shouldn't mention him. He probably wouldn't want to be involved in the conversation, I guess. But just because I think too it's just a cultural thing as well too.
Japan's all about it.
I will say that I legitimately do think that Japan does have a serious problem of over-sexualizing underage girls. I think that 100%. Is a big problem in Japan. But we're talking about model kits. We're not talking about any real people here. And I guess people could make like anything, whether it's not like, I guess you can make the argument like about like manga or something like that of like underage girls, where it's not actually any real people, but it's still like promoting something that's wrong, right?
So my argument is this. Oh, sorry. Continue on.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say there's nothing sexual about the models other than like, yeah, they're like for some of the kids like Innocenti or Materia or something like that. They're not wearing much clothes, but it's not like they're not advertised as anything sexual. They're not like necessarily meant to be sexual. There's no actual nudity with it. So like anything, if you came across that review and your mind goes to like something sexual about that, I think that says something more about you than it does about me. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So like
I'm reviewing this as a model, as like that's my job as a model reviewer. I'm talking about this as a model, and I'm not like I don't even like make jokes about that in the video. I don't say like, oh, she's got nice tits or something like that in the video. I don't even go there because my mind doesn't go there. I'm just thinking of it as like a model kit of this girl anime character, right?
Yeah.
But so when I see that stuff, I'm just thinking like, man, I don't know why people's minds even go there.
So go ahead. To add to that, so there's a couple of ways you can dissect it. So with a Gundam model, right? You paint it, you customize it. You can take an RX-78-2 and you can paint it green. And you say, hey, this is RX-78-2 codenamed Grasshopper that was in fucking satellite base on the moon, whatever, during fucking 0080. That was a hidden prototype. You could do that, and that's like fine. Like, okay, cool, that's your own individual lore. You should still be able to do that same shit with a Megami device, or even like the Fumina. Fumina in lore is technically like 14 years old, but if you customize it, you can say, "Hey, I'm doing this, and now the character is technically 18 because I'm doing an age lapse with the custom and painted mods." So it's like you could just change the narrative completely, and even if it's a character that has small boobs, people always assume small boobs equal lowly, but that's not even the fucking case. Like, most of the chicks that I've ever been with in my entire life has been small boobs, but they're fucking like, they're boomers. So it's like, it is what it is. But to also add to that, people need to understand, like, yeah, Japan is its own individual, like, culture, like, biome. Like, they don't kneel to any other culture. They don't like say, hey, America's doing this. Oh man, we need to back off on doing this. No. We're going to double down. We're going to make these titties bigger on this fucking 12-year-old anime character. We don't give a shit. Like, that's how they are. That's their culture. But there is, like how you mentioned, there is an underlining issue that Japan does have that needs to be addressed. But for a commoner, like, us, like reviewers, we're just reviewing a fucking product. We're not like out here spreading cheeks and trying to bang it on live camera. We're just like saying, hey, the articulation is this, 180 fucking bicep. But to do a little bit of a add-on to that, I do have a lot of resin that is like nudity resin, like, bare titties and vagina and all that. However, whenever I finally make the custom that I'm planning to make in the future, and it does show vag and titties, that is going to be my 18 and plus older custom that has consent. That's the narrative, baby. So when I make my fucking, my fucking Hausweger altar custom in a maid costume with her tits showing, hey, babe, she's 18 and she has consent.
Yeah, the age thing is so weird too, because like, people be
it's a robot.
Oh, well, anytime there's a new Fumina kit, you always see people saying like, dude, she's 14. Like, she's not any age. She's an animated character with a... Yeah, in the story, they said she's 14. She's not a real person, though.
Exactly.
Like, there's a... what's that character? Hachikuji? Mayoi Hachikuji from what's the series? I don't remember. Anyway,
I have no idea.
Yeah, she looks super young, but like in canon, she's actually like 80 something years old or something like that, for example. So like, dude, there's no point to that. I don't know.
You ever seen Maharomatic?
No.
So Maharomatic is an anime with an android that's a maid, but she looks like she's probably like less than 18 years old. And I don't know if in the anime they show her tits, but in the manga they 100% show their tits. Because I had the manga. I vividly remember it. But it was basically A-cup tits. But she was a robot. It's like, who gives a fuck? So like, I remember back in the early 2000s, no one gave a shit. But it does seem like nowadays people kind of give a little bit more of insincere care about fucking anime characters that are under 18 or look like they're under 18.
Yeah, it seems like they're just like
stirring the pot.
I don't know. It does, like, you have to wonder about how much of it is projection, right?
True. Yeah, that's true.
It's like, bro, I didn't even think about that.
Mm-hmm. Like I just like robots, man, and the fact that Megami Device and Frame Arms Girls, they're androids. Like I don't know if it's ever stated in the lore of Frame Arms Girls and Megami Device, but to me, they are androids that are compatible with, if not android, then they're AI like things, like AI sentient fucking characters. So it's like when I fucking replace their legs with goddamn thruster, air jet legs. I mean, age is not even a concept. It's a fucking robot. It's borderline a sex doll at that point, but obviously without the sex.
That's the other thing too, is like when people are commenting, like talking about anyway, commenting on in some sort of sexual way. It's like, do you think that I'm like, after the video is done, I'm like going and having sex with this like toy model kit or whatever? Like, do you think that like that's something that people do with these kits?
No.
Like, probably. Okay, so there's someone probably out there, like no doubt.
One person, yeah.
But in general, like no, that's not what they're for. Like,
I just be vibing. That's all I'm doing. I'll build Hausberger bikini version alter, and after I'm done with her, I mean, like I'll do the whole video upload, and she's on the shelf. Like I don't even give her a second thought, because you know who I simp for? I simp for goddamn Age 1 Normal, my lads, and people who are in the Discord, Age 1 Normal is the sexiest goddamn thing to ever exist on this planet. All right, I don't give a shit about anything else that's from Kotobukiya, Megami Device, Frame Arms Girl. It's goddamn Age 1 Normal. All right, you take that to the bank and you deposit it. You don't take it out. You let it gain interest. All right, it may be 2.86 interest rate, which is extremely low, but you're still getting something. Didn't mean to hijack.
I don't think that there's any particular Gundam that I would go that nuts for, but it's good you have something you like.
One. There has to be one, Zach. There's no way you don't have a Gundam to use simp for.
Not really. Not like that. Not that I would describe him that way. That's why it's hard to answer. I need to pick one. Every time people ask me, what's your favorite Gundam? I don't know. Like, I don't know.
It's definitely not anything from IBO.
No, it's not. No.
I want to say you're kind of.
Right.
I want to say you're kind of an OG person.
The Greys pretty cool.
Oh, Greys?
Yeah.
You wouldn't put the Greys above Zaku,
cool.
though.
No. The Greys is cool, but it's a cheap imitation Zaku.
Exactly.
It's dollar store Zaku.
I would say, honestly, you are a Zaku simp. Either that or a Dom simp. It has to be one of those two.
No. No, definitely not. Sorry, just nah. It's not. It's not that. I don't know. Like, if it was anything like that, it'd probably be more like a Gelgoog. I really love seeing some, like, really cool MSV colors. Gelgoog, when you get like that zebra stripe paint on it or something, it's pretty cool. But
that's true. I know you're into.
Yeah, 1 Year War MSV stuff is really cool.
Like, I know 100% it was 0079 or at maximum 0080 realm of MSs.
No, like Unicorn's really good too. I don't really like Char's counterattack era is kind of where, I don't know, maybe kind of dipped out. Yeah.
Maybe Sazabi?
Anyway, the Sazabi, the Sazabi and the Gyaradogas are like really cool.
Look, Zach, I might ask the hard question. I didn't want to have to get to this point in the stream, but I gotta ask the hard question. would you bang a Sazabi?
No.
Then there's no more to discuss in this live stream.
All right. That was the easy one. I thought you were like gonna ask something hard.
Well, fuck, we're living in 2 different dimensions. If that's a hard question to me and the easy one for you.
Yeah, no. That's too easy, man. That's the fastest no I ever gave.
You make me look bad in front of the chat.
It kind of like almost didn't matter whatever you were gonna say for the second half of that sentence. Once you got like through the first half, I already kind of knew I was just gonna say no matter what you said.
Don't worry, we'll talk offline. You know, we'll get the real answers offline.
I mean, at least come at me with like something a little bit more feminine than like a Sazabi.
But have you seen how thick Sazabi is? There's no fucking way Char did not just fucking be under the covers and just thinking about Sazabi one night. There's no fucking way. Char Aznavour? There's no fucking way. That dude, at minimum, has either a thick fetish or a red fetish. Either way, he's getting off.
Like Nathaniel.
Yeah.
in his car.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
It's from what the fuck was it? I'm gonna pull it up.
I don't know what else it's from, but I know it from the H3H3 reaction video.
Because it's from the he was like
sure.
Oh no, wait, was it the same one where the amusement park one?
No, different, but similar.
Oh, okay. Because I know it was a TLC
he was in
one,
love
right?
With his car.
Yeah, the TLC.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember where what the origin of that was, but I remember seeing that with the Ferris wheel thing, and dude's like, oh,
yeah, that was a different episode, but
oh, okay. I thought it was
this
like
is the dude who was in love with his car.
Yeah,
which happened to be a red car actually, so maybe it's maybe it's the same thing for sure.
It's all coming together. I like light blue. Light blue is kind of my thing.
Nah. Who was that? It wasn't Moki. Who was that? Maybe it was with Chris Masu in one of my interviews. Not that super recently, but somewhat recently. I think it was with Chris. Who was saying that? Yeah, I think it was him. That I never paint anything blue, and that I never like anything blue.
I think he's suspect.
No, blue is already established. It's not the color for me when it comes to mecha models.
Oh no, baby! I can show you some blue that was just like, it'll make your toes curl, baby.
Nah.
Mostly from the Gundam Age line, but like when you see that Master Grade Spalo Age 1, oh, it took my breath away just now.
I have one, but my plan for that someday is to paint it in Ava colors, not in blue.
Ew, don't do that. You know, you gotta take away, like, okay, I would say the only other acceptable colors is probably green, kind of like how with Gundam UK did with the Titus. That was like a sexy ass green, or a Sakura pink. Like those are some good colors for a Spalo.
Or Ava colors. The only thing about it is that I've already seen it done before, so like I really want to do one myself, but the fact that I've already seen it done kind of makes me also equally feel like, if it's already been done, then I don't really kind of want to do it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Save it for next year.
Why are you doing a age contest?
Oh, it's higher than a contest. Like we're doing something that's reaching the heavens. We're doing a whole age year. The entire year is age. We are simping hard.
Okay.
12 months. 300, how many fucking days is it a year? 356? 63? I think it's 356.
Yeah, 63.
63? Okay,
No,
I was right.
263.
No, 363.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go with that. 363 days of age. Just, we're chafing. That's how raw we are. We're chafing at that point. There's no consent. I'm just letting y'all know. There's no consent that's going to be in this. You are going to be a part of this age phenomenon. We're going to share this every fucking day. We're going to reach Bandai, and we're going to force them to make more age kits. Zach, you need to be in this.
I've got the age 1 normal and the Sparrow MG
Masquerade?
kits in my
Masquerade?
cache.
Masquerade?
Yeah. Yeah.
How much you want for that Masquerade age 1 normal?
You can't find one?
No, so I bought one for Forge. I think it was last year. I bought one for him, and they had an extra one at that store. I'm like, okay, maybe when I come back from the United States, I'll find it. No, it has fucking disappeared from Japan. I've been to about over 35 or 40 different individual stores within like 100-mile radius. There's nothing. It is a barren wasteland over here. I can't even find Titus. Titus is gone too.
Like, you look online and stuff too. Online.
I'm not gonna buy anything online. I'm not a simpleton. I'm not a norm. I'm out here. I am on an adventure every single day. I buy up every single age product I can because I refuse to have people go out there and get scalpeled. They're gonna come to me. If you want an age kit, chat, you come to me as a member of the Crow-sama army. We're out here taking care of one another, and I'll get you an age kit. I'll go right into the backlog, and I'll pick it out for you. How the fuck does Crow not have an age 1 on Masquerade? I have a built one, but like I said, that shit's hard to find, man.
No, I gotta keep mine because I gotta build it next year for age year. Sorry.
How fucking dare you, Zach? I see what you just did.
I just
I
found
respect
out
it,
that
though.
next year is age year, so I gotta hang on to my age kits.
It is. You know, I have a age. It's not an age kit, but it's an age toy that's worth over $1,000.
What?
Yeah, it's the it's you know the gauging kits, the toys that are part of the arcade.
No.
So there's a gold one, and I was in disbelief as well. But we looked at the Japanese market, and we looked at the American market, and did some comparisons. It's a gold gauging age 1 normal, and in Japan, it's worth over $900, and it's been sold for over $900. And in the United States, I've never seen it being sold at all, but the going rate for it on eBay in the United States is over $3,000.
What?
Yeah, and I bought it for $20.
What the hell kind of kit is that?
It's not a kit; it's just a toy. It's like it's still in box. I've never opened it or cut the tape or anything, but it's a gold age 1 normal.
No.
I'm telling, like, a lot of the age shit that you look online for are like stupid expensive. So that's why I'm like trying to get as much as I can, so that way when the day comes that I become a poor man on the sidewalk, you know, hey, I gotta bite the bullet and I gotta sell the age stuff, and I'll become rich in a heartbeat. I swear to God. Like some of the kits I have, bro.
And like right before, like,
oh no,
the day before you do that, Bandai announces that it's on their reprint schedule for the next month.
That's a big claim right there. I highly doubt Bandai's out here reprinting age shit.
Well, you never know.
They did it with a few kits. Back in March or April?
Yeah. Had to get out some more Farzias to everyone.
No. I'm keeping my Farzia.
People have been waiting on that, so they had to get... Bandai had to get some more of those out.
They haven't re-released those, because mine's still the red Bandai.
Gotta find yourself one of those.
I'm good. I'm good with mine. I paid $50 for my Farzia, but she goes for like I think 150. Yeah. Like in Japan on a shelf in a store, she was $50.
What?
Yeah.
That's insane. I don't remember offhand actually where I got my age 1 normal. I think I got it here in Korea, just online.
Oh, you could definitely find them like randomly in a store, because obviously no one gives a shit about age except for like 10 people in the world. Like my Discord,
some people buying them up.
Oh yeah, someone, but is that person going to be in that store on that particular day at that particular time? Maybe, maybe not. But it's like that one day I went out back in, I think in July. It was like early July. I found 3, and I bought all 3. 3 master grade Spalos. All in one day, and we went to I think 9 different stores. I bought all 3 of them up in a heartbeat, and they go for like I think $80 online.
So what'd you do with them?
I sold 1 to a Discord person, and I currently have 2. I would love to sell 1 for $80, but at the same time, that'd make me a hypocrite, because I'm here trying to help my little simp age squad, and not not trying to hurt them.
Well, yeah, you need 1 more so you can paint them in Ava Unit 1, Unit 0, and Unit 2 colors.
Oh, God, no. Oh, Mr. Buck became a supporter. I'd like to thank you, good sir, for joining the Crow's Nest. I'll go ahead and actually just go to the community tab, and you'll see the Discord link, and you can join in and be a part of the squad. Get some of the privileges. Sorry about that, Zach. Obligations.
No. Here you're talking about getting those age kits, trying to get in on that.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, Zach. Talking about age gets me riled up. So if I get all hyper and shit, that's just because it's just age, man. That's just what age does to me. I got a whole shelf just full of age. And I look at it at night before I go to bed. I'm like, you know what? You deserve better.
I seen it. What are you doing?
It's just upsetting, Age did so good. Had a solid run. Third arc wasn't that great, but it tried. Kia was a piece of shit. Grandpa Flit was a fucking batshit Looney Tunes character, but what are you gonna do when best girl Yuri gets murdered right in front of you? That PTSD is gonna kick in, bro. And I feel for him.
What, best girl Sochie?
No. Well, no. Okay, it would be Cruz. I'm sorry. Cruz is definitely best girl. If we're gonna go with all franchise seasons, it's Cruz.
Sochie.
No, it's definitely Cruz. Cruz knows fucking karate or whatever the fuck she knows. And she has like a very deep backstory. Yuri is just a fucking chick that I don't even know where she came from. Just a classmate that got abducted, and her ex-rounder fucking abilities got exploited, and she got killed in a very tragic way. But
what?
Outside of that, I mean, her fucking childhood was pretty peachy.
Who are you talking about?
Yuri from Gundam Age, Arc 1. That's what fucking made Flit all batshit crazy. It's like, hey, all of a sudden I want to do genocide. It's like, oh man, you need to tone it down. No, they kill Yuri. Like, yeah, I get it, they kill Yuri, but you want to kill the entire vegans? Like, yeah, fuck them guys. It's like, oh shit, here we go.
Sorry, so she has a sister? Or what? Are we still talking about Sochi or what? Because I thought we were talking about Best Girl, and I don't know what you're talking about. Actually.
Wow, the disrespect. Need to make a poll.
I was talking about something, and I don't know what you're talking about.
At least you're not talking about like fucking May. I fucking hate when people are like, oh, May's best girl. Like, no, she isn't. She's a fucking robot.
Is that the Bill Divers character?
Yeah, the Re-Rise. I mean, she's as a character, she looks like design-wise, she looks cool. But I was like, as an actual fucking person, no, she is horrendous as best girl. I would put Karen above her, or Kern. Is it Kern or Karen? The chick that piloted Psycho.
Karen.
Yeah, Karen.
Huh?
Oh, what was it?
Karen's from 8th MS team. The buff one we were talking about earlier.
No, the purple hair. I think it's like Karn. No, who piloted Psycho? Was that Karn?
4?
Ah, fuck. Here we go.
Wasn't it 4?
That was Karn. Oh, fuck.
I think you're talking about 4.
Alright, here we go.
Or,
Haman. Haman Karn.
Oh.
Oh, she's in Double Zeta. Never mind. Okay, I got it confused.
Haman?
Yeah, Haman Karn. What did she pilot?
From Zeta. Hubile.
Yeah, the Kublai. Yeah.
Dude.
I'm sorry,
you lost
man.
It, man. Sorry.
I know. Take away my fucking what even generation is that? I'm fucking losing my mind right now. The fucking OG generation. I'm far gone, bro.
Your Gunpla license is revoked.
You could take away the fucking dude, I really can't remember what is even the generation called. Oh my god. This fucking black shit, the black extra age is messing with me right now. What is it called? Zach, don't leave me.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
What is the generation called of you know, the OG? What's that generation called? Okay,
Universal
it like
Century?
Universal Century, yeah. I'm sorry, guys. Look, okay, I'm not. Fuck, I gotta be front, man. I gotta tell y'all a secret. I've never watched Double Zeta. I lied.
I only watched like half of it.
I didn't even watch I watched the opening, and that was only reference to that fucking meme video I did a month ago. I don't know shit about Double Zeta. I just know like Oh Boy's in a Coma or some shit like that. It's a fucking super robot knockoff anime. I said what I said.
Anyway, so you're talking about Marita?
Yeah, Marita Cruz.
Yeah,
she's the best girl.
Best girl.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like she has that fucking low hair ponytail wrap, like the little, like I don't know, man. That shit gets me. Like how bitches be getting their ponytails like at the scalp of their head, but like no, it's like it's at the bottom. But she be doing karate and shit. Like I don't know, man. That shit just gets me. And like her backstory is so fucking tragic and depressing. And like Oh Boy took her in, but then he got murked. I was like, oh no, that shit hurt.
You're talking about Zinnerman?
Yeah.
Who totally didn't die?
No, the dude. It was like it was her father figure. Didn't he die? He was trying. He was fending off. That was in like what episode? Not episode, but OVA 3 or 4.
Nah. Zinnerman didn't die, and like even at the end, I could be not remembering the very end of Unicorn, but I know he made it at least to the very end. And as far as I can remember, I don't think he died.
Let me check him.
Zinra was fucking boss, dude.
Oh no. I pulled up a different Zimmerman. No, I swear to God, this dude fucking died.
Not Zimmerman.
Oh yeah.
Not Zimmerman. Zinnerman with Z's with the N's.
Hold on, I gotta read the synopsis. Pursued. You sure he didn't die?
Just
I thought
he
died.
Page, it'll say death or something like that on the wiki page straight away.
Because Satra was like in destroyed or repaired mode, and I think he was like trying to protect her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eh?
Oh no. Okay. So
yeah.
He didn't. Okay. Maybe I mean, it's been many moons since I watched Unicorn, but I could have sworn he got killed in that battle. But, well,
you're probably thinking of what's his name? The guy that was kind of no, I'm just feeling dumb that I can't remember the guy's name. The guy who got shot or who got slashed with by the Shinanju.
Oh yeah, well he was insignificant. That dude didn't matter.
Is that not who you're thinking of?
No. Cause they were in the.
What's that guy's name?
What's the dude that had the fucking Zulu? Cause he was battling. What was he battling? Cause they were in the fucking hangar bay on the ship, and they were trying to get crews out. I think. I need to rewatch it, man, cause my fucking memory's all fucked up. No, Faraz, I've watched Unicorn. God damn it.
There's that scene where Angelo kind of like almost kills Zinnerman in the hangar with the Rosenzulu.
Yeah, that's the battle I was thinking of. Okay. I need to rewatch it because I thought he did kill him, but I guess he didn't.
No. He just like claws the hangar wall like all around him.
Yeah. Okay.
But doesn't actually hit him.
I will be honest though, I've only watched all of the Gundam OVA one time, and I've never seen the 96 anime series. Crow out here losing nerd points left and right. You know what? As long as I have my integrity of Gundam Age intact, I don't give a shit. Because Gundam Age is all I cared about when it comes to the franchise. Because no one else cared. That's real talk.
What?
Alright. I'll take a little bit of that back. I do simp a lot for the OG Gundam. That's like I would say F91, Age, and OG Mobile Suit Gundam is the only ones I really gave a shit about. But yeah, I don't know shit about like Double Zeta, Victory.
No. What? Bruh. Where's this piece?
What piece?
No. What is this?
For Ava?
Look at this. No. Oh, I've been done with that for ages, dude.
Oh, way to rub salt in the wound.
In the meantime, I already finished sanding.
Your screen's gray. I don't see anything.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. Why not?
Says the guy who bought the MGEX day one. Look, man. I ain't got shit. I don't have a response to that. Yeah,
Why
whatever.
is this other camera not working?
Yeah, your camera's definitely not working.
Why the hell not? Yeah.
So first name, last name. Awakening Trailblazers. I rewatched that last Friday with a bunch of guys for a podcast. And yeah, Awakening Trailblazers is probably still the weirdest Gundam movie I've ever seen in my entire life. That shit's, it doesn't make sense. There's a lot of shit going on, but none of it makes sense at all. I don't get the ELS like trying to travel to find a new home and inhabit it. It's so stupid.
I've never seen it.
It's not even worth watching.
It. Yeah. It's all I've ever heard about that. People say, don't bother watching it.
Yeah. Like, I literally watched that last Friday again. And I'm sitting there, and we're narrating. We're obviously talking. There's like one dude who like simps for fucking Trailblazers. And he's like trying to go hard into the context. I'm like, look, dude, if you have to give me a fucking synopsis that is about a dictionary long, this is a bad movie. It's fucking horrendous. Yeah. I was like, I'm not asking for things at face value, but I'm asking for something that can be dissected within, the entire context of the movie. We don't talk about Recco. Yeah, we don't talk about that. Actually, how do you feel about G-Recco?
I've not finished watching it. I think I made it through like 8 or 9 episodes, maybe. Mm-hmm. I love the animation style. It looks super nice.
Yeah.
And the designs are kind of weird. I'm not like really super into mobile suit designs that much, but I can forgive that for a good story. Mm-hmm. Like Turn A, for example, has some pretty goofy mecha designs, but the story is good. The anime is good. But just couldn't get into the story was the problem with G-Recco, so that's kind of why I gave up on it. It's like, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah. And I try to explain that. Oh, see, we got Forge in the house. Forge is the only fucking G-Recco fan on the face of the earth. But I will say it. G-Recco has pacing issues that makes the story uninteresting to try and get into, because episode 4, you're in fucking space. You're chilling in space, doing some battles, having a good time with the colony. Episode 5, you're in fucking Earth. There's no context to what the traveling was or the time frame. No, just like, hey, we're on fucking Earth now, and G-Recco, hey, you got a new armament. It's like, oh, what the fuck? It's too much.
Okay. Exactly.
They say the films are good, but I haven't watched the films at all.
I don't know what the hell is going on with this piece.
You said that.
Faraz in the chat was asking what I'm working on, and what I was saying is that I finished the Eva kit long ago, and then finished my little bit of sanding I had left over, still yet to do on the unicorn. Kind of a couple more parts I had to sand, and now I'm working on the. I would show you if my camera was working. I don't know why it's not, but I'm working on the Kuster, the Machine and Krieger kit. And these instructions and these parts are just like don't make sense at all. I was talking to Lincoln about it the other day, and he said that this kit is like well old, and the instructions for this kit are like in particular are notoriously very unclear. So it's fun. Damn, I don't know why the camera not working. I can see it in my. I probably just need to.
Oh, you can see it in your Discord.
Not in Discord, but in like my. Let me see here. Hang on.
Sometimes you need to maybe unplug and plug it back in.
Yeah, I just did that, and it still seems to not be working. Let me just do this.
See, Faraz, he's making me feel bad and saying I haven't touched the O2 in an hour. Look, man, I'm fucking chilling, bro. I try not to build models when I'm like completely intoxicated. I'm not saying I'm intoxicated, but you know.
This thing.
Oh, man. Does this make you happy, Faraz?
Stressing me out.
Does this make you happy?
It says that you need to put. I'll show you on this camera. Oh, I can't talk at you now. There I am.
Okay.
It says you got this part here, which is like the bottom half of the chassis, and this part here, which is supposed to plug onto there, but there's no plug for that. It's on the other side of this part, but you can't plug it in there. And looking at the manual, it doesn't look like you're supposed to plug it on that side either, and it doesn't fit. That peg doesn't fit on there. It's supposed to be here, I guess, but let me see. The engine is also supposed to be right here, and this is somehow supposed to fit there, kind of like next to the engine. I can see like it just doesn't look like the part in the manual doesn't look like this actual piece from the fucking thing.
Are you sitting on it?
Look at this. No, I ain't sitting on anything.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of times when I'm missing a part, I'm sitting on it.
No,
my crotch is like a fucking black hole.
Like... No. I might lose something like in my shirt, you know, like in your shirt folds there on the front. I'll lose a piece because that's the problem. If something falls on the floor, I can hear the little ding.
Yeah.
But if something falls onto your shirt and there's like no sound, then you have no idea where it is. It could be anywhere. It could have gone like all the way across the room, and that's why I didn't hear it, or it could be like right in front of me.
Oh no! But your room's kind of small, huh? Relatively.
Sort of.
Like
smallish.
It ain't too far.
What I keep having to do for this kit is like look at photos of the finished kit, like look at the product photos on HLJ, and see like how it's supposed to look when it's done, to see how the parts are supposed to fit together. That's how bad it is.
So you're like definitely missing that part?
No, it's not that the piece is missing. It's just that it clearly doesn't go on there the way that it looks like it does in the manual.
Oh.
Like there's a couple points in the menu like where it shows you that you have to like drill a new hole in a piece or something like that, because it uses some pieces like from different kits. It's a variant kit, so like uses some parts from like the original kit, but it has like a new piece that's like attached to it, but you have to like actually drill the hole yourself. Gotcha. Something like that. But not in the case of this particular part. There's nothing about that. It just says that you have to put it on before attaching this other piece that kind of goes over the top of that, but there's nothing to keep anything together here.
That's weird. Yes, it doesn't go into the piece that's supposed to go on the front?
Nope. Doesn't go there. Doesn't go anywhere.
Sounds like a Hasegawa kit.
It is.
It is?
It's a Hasegawa kit.
Yep, yeah. There it is.
Yeah. It is a Hasegawa kit. Oh, no, actually, no. Sorry, it's a Wave kit. It was originally a Nito kit. Sorry. But, yeah, might as well be. This fucking goes here. And that there. And this one just kind of goes there without being attached to anything. It's so weird. I don't know. Might have to, have to consult Link on that one.
If anything, he probably could reach out to fucking the company themselves and get an answer.
I'm sure he probably knows the exact part. Chances are he has a good memory too. And I'll like ask him about something, like I'll mention something and he knows exactly what I'm talking about right off the bat. Like, his memory is good. Like if you ask me about a kit, it's something like about a kit that I built like a month ago, I don't remember. I feel like someone asked me like, hey, do you remember like if this piece was like kind of like really super tight fitting into here? So I'm like, bro, I don't remember anything about that kit at all.
Just
if it was like over a week ago, then just forget about it. No.
All right, man. Not to cut it short, even though it's not been short. I think it's been 5 hours, a glorious 5 hours. But yeah, I know it's same time over there as it is me, 3 a.m. right?
Yeah. Actually, I didn't realize it was that time. It is probably time to go home, man. I didn't realize it was almost 3 damn.
I gotta go and try and find a spot in the bed. Cause it's like playing Tetris, trying to go to bed at night. But yeah, man, it's been great. I absolutely love just hanging out, chatting, vibing with you.
I hope you had a good birthday.
Oh yeah, I mean, not much eventful wise. Got some pizza, got some prizes, but yeah, it's been good, man. So appreciate it. Thanks to the chat for hanging out with us, asking questions, making comments, everything else. Zach, you got any parting words?
Hida said Zach is building a Nidoran? ? I thought that was funny.
Oh yeah.
I don't know where that came from, but
I think it's the color. The color is
not because dark green. It's like super dark green.
Yeah, Nidoran, like female. Well, yeah, it's not like Nidoran female. Nidoran female is like more of a light blue.
Yeah. I'm no Pokemon expert, but at least like original 150, I know well enough to know that it's not that color.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But yeah, no, I mean, no parting words here. Yeah, thanks for everyone hanging out. We weren't like really very
engaged with chat.
We weren't talking with engaged. Thank you. That's the word I was searching for. Very much with you guys, but appreciate you guys just kind of hanging out, listening to us talking. Yeah, and building some stuff. Yeah, sorry, I didn't like most of the time I had my camera just on me, not on what I was building, but I live built I think both the other RG Ava kits, so you guys probably don't need to see me building another one.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll work on the review on that sometime. Actually, this coming week, just like a heads up to any of you guys who care about my upcoming content. This upcoming week, actually, on Tuesday, my wife is having her tonsils out, so she has to stay in the hospital for a couple days. So I might not be able to do. Well, I won't be able to do as much as usual this week. How much I am able to do is yet to be decided, so yet to be seen. So we'll see. Might not see a whole lot from me this coming week is my point.
Mm-hmm.
That's why.
Well, hopefully the procedure goes good. But I know it's just tonsils, right? But it's still.
Yeah. It's really weird. Yeah, it's like a 30-minute surgery, but she has to go in the night before the surgery and stay the night in the hospital the night before, which is weird. Like, I really don't understand what's the point of that. But yeah, and then stay in the hospital for like a couple days for that. So I don't know.
Interesting.
More serious than I guess I would have expected.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, not that big a deal. But that means I gotta, try to hang out with her in the hospital a little bit, and also it's just me and the two kids, and it's also a holiday this coming week. It's like big Korean holiday, so the kids won't go to school. So that means like during the day, normally like when I'd be working, all the kids are at school, daycare. I'll be hanging out with them instead because my wife will be in the hospital. So
just straight chaos.
No work during the day. It'll be this is probably the first of what will be very many 3 a.m. nights this week, I would imagine.
All right, guys. Well,
be a lot of late nights, not a lot of sleep this coming week. But hope you had a good birthday, Crow. That's all.
Oh
yeah, good hanging out.
Absolutely, man. Anytime, I'm all about it. But yeah, if y'all if you're not following Zach, I don't know why, but you know, obviously just type in his name into the Google search or the YouTube search, and you'll find his channel. And definitely go subscribe and check out his channel. But I think all my subscribers are probably your subscribers as well. It's a very small community, so. But hey, thanks everyone for coming to hang out with us, and thanks for the birthday wishes, the super chats, everything in between. But I'll be seeing y'all in the next video / live stream. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And that's done.